So Colin Cox to
I'll put
continue.
it in the other one.
Just setting his fields here. He has the.
3. He scored right, but he just got it.
He brought around his long off, just a bit straighter. In comes Cox to bowl Harris, and Harris is back, looking to play into the leg side, but he was cramped for some room. A very good delivery there by Cox first up, and Harris adjusting well and playing it back down the pitch. And Cox does his own fielding, no run. Scored him in on 15 without loss. We're in over number 4. In comes Cox once more to bowl Harris. Harris is all the way in behind it and plays it into the offside. Man, cover would come around and cut it off. And there is no run. Cox just off about 4 steps or so. In he comes again to bowl it to Harris. And Harris back, and this time he cuts it out to the man at extra cover. And again, there's no run. So very good start by Cox. A very quiet start here by Harris. In comes Cox once more. The ball up to Harris. Harris again back and cutting this one just in front of the point. They'll come for 1. Looking in for 2 and deciding against it. 16 without loss. Colin Cox in the number 1 jersey. He'll be bowling up to Lawrence, who is on 3 off of 8 deliveries. In he comes again. The pass the umpire. The ball up to Lawrence. And Lawrence getting one down the leg side, taken cleanly by the keeper. And a wide signal by the umpire right about now. So 1 more added to the score. 17 without loss. If you're just tuning in with us, ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We welcome you to the south of the island, Barbados. And the 2 teams doing Battlefield Invitational 11. They're up against the West Indies. This is the over 60s big man cricket. Tell you about those sponsors in a minute. In comes Cox to pull to Lawrence, and Lawrence is back and plays out backward point. They'll set off immediately for a single. These 2 look so agile in the middle, Cox and Harris. And at the end of over number 4, after winning the toss and electing to bat, they are 18 without loss.
Both distributors are back.
George Harris and Keith Lawrence. Four Georges 8.
So back into the attack, well, continuing, sorry, is Herbert. In he comes again. To bowl a Keith, and Keith getting the outer party back, just passing the man at backward point, and they'll come through for 1. 19 without loss. In comes Herbert again, passes the umpire to bowl up to Harris, and Harris looking to slap this one somewhere in the offside, but did not get a clean connection, and it goes right back down the pitch. A no ball signal by the umpire as well. So 19 without loss. As I say, good morning to Mr. Adriel Richards, Woody Richards. Into the offside. This one is played by Harris. Again, there's no run. 20 without loss, went over number 5. Winston Herbert just about off of 10 steps also. And he comes again to both to Harris. Harris is forward, bottom part close together. Solid defense by the young man. And there is no run.
Young man. But George is certainly someone who knows this ground very well. Well, will have some experience of playing on this ground. He's a member of the Pickwick Cricket Club.
And again comes Herbert. Passes the umpire once more to pull up to Harris. And Harris cuts well. A lovely shot by Harris. A slow field, but they'll come back for 2. Discussing 3. Will they get it? Yes, indeed. So some good running here between the two. Harris and Lawrence, they seem to have a great understanding between the two. And that 3 pushes it up to 23 without loss. 23 without loss. So with that 3, it pushes Harris up to 11. And Lawrence, he's on 5 off of 11 deliveries. In comes Herbert again to both Lawrence, and Lawrence forward and plays it into the leg side. And there's no run. 23 without loss. What do you think of this partnership so far, Woody?
Well, they're certainly showing some level of stability, and they'll want to continue to build on what they've done so far and give the West Indies Masters a good solid platform. So that the good important thing is that they haven't lost the wicket inside too early, so they'll want to continue.
In comes Herbert once more to both Lawrence, and Lawrence leaving this one alone. A wide signal by the umpire again. So Herbert, he's been in and out. He's finding his lane for 1 minute. Next minute he's spraying it a bit wide. Struggling at the moment. 24 without loss, Winston Herbert.
Very experienced player, Winston Herbert. He'll get it right. Don't worry about that.
In he comes again. Passes the umpire. The ball up to Lawrence. And Lawrence getting one down the leg side. Stifled people for a caught behind, but the keeper didn't take it cleanly. A white signal by the umpire. 25 without loss. But he said he's an experienced campaigner.
Yeah, he's played a lot of cricket in Barbados, a lot of club cricket. Still plays, I think, in the lower divisions of the BCA competition. He's well-travelled, played a number of seasons in league cricket in England.
Herbert again to both Lawrence, and not out to the man is super on the offside, and they'll come for 1. Lawrence looking to be very aggressive. And at the end of over number 5, after winning the toss and batting, West Indies over 60s, they are 26 without loss.
So it's 26 without loss, the West Indies Masters. Harris there on 11, Lawrence there on 6. And a good start for the Masters, scoring so far at just about 5.2 runs and over. They'll be happy about that. And if you probably do some maths, and you Philip Hackett this year, he taught me maths at primary school. So he was my primary school teacher class too. He's our technical guru today, and if we do 45 by 5.2, that'll probably be about 234 runs. So they'll be somewhere looking to get close to that with the start that Harris and Lawrence has given them. Have a bowling continues here as going around the wicket and bowling to the left-handed Lawrence, who's pushing into the offside, and there's no run. And the bowler is...
This is Colin Cox.
Colin Cox bowling from the northern end, or the pavilion end of the ground.
Arthur Bethel.
Arthur Bethel end. Let's get it right. Around the wicket, pushed out into the offside, and again no run. This ground developed after the Pickwick Cricket Club. They used to be for a couple 100 years. They were at Kensington Oval, as Lawrence is onto the back foot, plays defensively back up along the pitch, and the bowler will pick up. Played the Pickwick Cricket Club at Kensington Oval, then with the development of Kensington Oval ahead of the 2007 World Cup. Agreement reached between the major sponsor, Mr. Seal, a delivery on the line of leg snapper, swung away behind square. There'll be a run here for Lawrence. He now goes up to 7, and takes a total up to 27 without loss. We're in over number 6 of 45. Remember, they're playing 45 overs a side, not the full 50. Some people question whether these guys at the age should be playing so many overs, and whether they settle for maybe a 40 a side or even 20-20. But they will come out and try to enjoy the game.
A fairly big field as well, Woody.
Very much so. As Cox bowls again, and Harris is forward and looks very decent. Bat and pad close together, pushing into the offside, no run. He's kept on 11. Lawrence there on 7. It's 27 without loss. Cox bowling around the wicket. A little slow medium. Give us some ear. And maybe an edge there. The shout from the keeper and the close fielders. Ball runs away towards the third man area. They'll come back for the second run. And a bit of a deception there. There was Harris pushing forward. Maybe a bit in the dark to that one. The outside edge found and just bisecting the keeper and the slip fielder and going away to the boundary, going away towards third man, and he got 2 runs. So a bit of a chance there for George Harris. He's on 13, and at the end of over number 6, it's now 29 without loss.
Yeah, 29 without loss. Sorry, West Indies will win the toss. They decided that they would have a not first, a fairly big run, as I had mentioned to you, Woody, and they would want to get in the region of about 225 or so. You would think that would be a power score with such a big run.
Very much so. And or you may want to adjust it based 5 overs 5 runs of overs is pretty decent for 45 overs, but you may want to adjust it based on age. So you may want to round down just a little bit. Maybe 4.5 and over might just be within the range of where they may want to go, but certainly they'll want to get at least 200 runs on the board and make this a very competitive affair. As I was telling you, the history of the ground. The ground was developed as Pickwick had to move out of Kensington Oval, and their main sponsor, Mr. Seal, Sir David Seal, who owns the R.L. Seal and Company, he bequeathed them this piece of property that they're on, and this ground was developed out of basically a cane patch, which is, if you can see in the distance, there's a lot of cane patches around this ground. So the ground was developed out of that, and so here we are. It's called Foursquare Oval, and very decent ground. And Pickwick Cricket Club, they've done fairly well for themselves at the junior level. They have won a couple of junior titles in recent times, and they have a very strong junior program. Lots of, if you pass here on the weekends, you'll see the coaches out, and they probably have about 4 or 5 groups, 6 groups of children, and being taught about the game. So really and truly, they're doing pretty well for themselves. Right now playing in the second tier of the Barbados Cricket Association's club competition, and being demoted a couple seasons ago, but fighting all the time to get back up. Got players like Shea Hope and his brother Kyle Hope in the squad. Bowling change from the far end, the first delivery down the leg side.
Carlton Collymore.
And this is Collymore bowling, and so
the season club, what do you believe they'll get it right along the way?
Not a good start, not a good way to start, as he's in them bowls on again on the leg stump, and Lawrence was looking to play it around the corner, made it no contact, coming off the pad and squirting it onto the leg side, and there's no run. It's kept on 29 without loss. We're in over 30 without loss, beg your pardon. And we're in over number 7, is it?
Yeah, correct.
So over number 7, as we watch Kaliman. He's changed his line of attack from around to over the wicket and bowls a flat, fast delivery and fullish length, and Lawrence did well to keep it out. So no run. Kept at 30 without loss. Harris 13 and Lawrence on 7. As we watch Collymore down the leg side and looking maybe for stumping down the leg side. a leg by signal now by the umpire. So another extra takes our extras up to 11, and a total up to 31 without loss in over number 7.
Well, what do you know? We would want to say a very special thanks to the sponsors for their coming on board: Blue Waters, which is Atlantic Marketing, and Beijing Vending, and BTMI. So we want to take this time to say a special thank you to them for coming on board.
Very much so. Sponsors are very important in this day and age. As Coleman is down the leg side and another wide. So the extras go up to 12 and a total up to 32 without loss. This will be, as I said, not a very good start here from Kalima. He'll want to get it right.
I believe he'll want to get it right. And he needs to. He needs to back up his bowlers.
Here is Kalima. Down the leg side again. Another wide. That will take the extras up to 13 and total up to 33. I think there's about 3 wides we've had in the over so far. Yes. So it's going to be a pretty long over from Kalima.
We saw one just about the same with Winston Herbert earlier. I remember today that we have 2 other games going on as well. The USA versus England at Wanderers, and the rest of the world versus Australia at BNOC.
Delivery wide outside the off stump this time. So he's gone from wide down the leg side to wide outside the off stump. So another extra. That's 4 wide so far in the over. 34 without loss. Harris there on 13. He's in strike. Lawrence is on strike on 7. And another wide delivery down the leg side, and Harris doesn't get a touch, and they'll get another 2 runs. So that will take the total up now to the extras up to 16 and total up to 36 without loss.
This must be a worry.
Very much so. But a very good strong start here from the West Indies Masters team. They'll be very happy about that.
Indeed.
And you also want to remind that today the Barbados Pride Cricket team, they start the West Indies Championship in Antigua. They won the toss and they have chosen to field against the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So we'll see how that goes. So Collymore finally gets it online and brings Lawrence onto the front foot, and
you can hear the crowd cheering with
defended. Well, at least you heard the excitement in my voice. So it's 36 without loss. Lawrence wanted to get it right. Sorry, Collymore will try to get it right once more. Here he is around the wicket. I'm trying. Maybe a just slightly slow delivery. Just pushed out into the offside. A good single. Field position a bit deep. And that allowed Lawrence and Harris to go through for the single. So Lawrence is on 8 and the total now up to 37 without loss. So a very, as I said, very positive start here from the West Indies Masters. As Kalima continues around the wicket, bows to Harris on the line of the leg stump, clipped away through square leg for just 1 run, and he will go now up to 14. Lawrence is on 8, and at the end of over number 7, the Windies Masters are 38 without loss.
Well, they look very comfortable at the crease, Lawrence and Harris. Not a care in the world, just going about the business like any other day. And you can see why they chose to bat with this pair at the top, Harris and Lawrence. You're wondering if they will get that 50 partnership, but there's no need to wonder the way they're going about their business, Waddy. You say they look very comfortable.
Yeah, looking very comfortable at the moment. And let me tell you this, and looking at some of the other guys, 2 of the other blokes to come behind them, you got someone like Jefferson Gibbons, who's still looks very fit for his age, and certainly a guy who in his younger days playing for Maple was always very competitive and played some very good innings and hit the ball hard and far, very sharp in the field, etc. As you see Winston Herbert making his way off the field now. Good old Herbie. Good morning to you. And so another bowling change we'll have. Maybe you could give us some bowling figures there, Ellie.
The bowling figures so far, we have Carlton Collymore. He bowled 1 over, and you saw him, no maidens, no wickets, none for 8. Colin Cox, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 13. The two to open the bowling. We had Winston Herbert. 3 overs, no middles, none for 16. And we have the new bowler here now. In the number 13 jersey, that is Mihir Gandhi. Woody.
That's a very important name. Gandhi. We all know about Mahatma Gandhi and his daughter Indira and grandson Rajiv, all prime ministers of India. So he's got a very important surname. Let's see if he can produce an important spell here for the
Invitational
the
11.
Invitational 11 Masters. A full toss and banged away by Harris towards the long off boundary, and that will be 4 runs. A good shot there by Harris. A real gift, a loosener from Gandhi, and 4 runs for Harris. Takes him up now to 18 and a total of 42 without loss.
Harris just looking to get in early. Very settled. He's on with that 4, pushes it up to 18 off 20, just 22 deliveries. Has all of 45 overs to bat.
And he will certainly do a very good job. Another foolish delivery, and Harris using his feet gets to the pitch of it and drives through wideish mid-off. Will get a couple runs. The fielder on the long off boundary, send it by relay back to the bowler, but just 2 runs there for Harris, who's now into the 20s. So he's continuing to motor along here. George Harris, as I said, in very familiar conditions, member of the Pickwick Cricket Club. As Gandhi bowls to him now, he's coming on to the front foot and had to wait for it a little bit. It was a little bit slow through the air, but he was equal to it, just playing down to the onside. And there was no run. 44 without loss. It remains in over number 8.
West Indies going out 5.5 runs per over. Woody.
Very good. As Harris gets the delivery on the leg step and just nudges it out into the onside, doesn't get a run. A fielder there at square leg. No real placement, no real power, no real purpose in that stroke, but he just kept it out. Here's Gandhi bowling around the wicket, and this one is a slightly flatter and a little bit short, and Harris onto the back foot, pulling through mid-wicket. He'll get a single. Takes him now to 21 and a total up to 45 without loss. I think our scorer Amelia would probably be able to tell me if George still plays in the lower divisions of Pickwick, because she's the Pickwick scorer. Second division, yeah, she plays in the second division, so he'll still be in some kind of cricketing form. As Gandhi bowls now to Lawrence, who's using his feet, and when he gets down the wicket, he just defends and pushes it back up along the offside of the pitch. The bowler feels no run. The end of the over. At the end of it, it's 8 overs gone, and the West Indies Masters, they're 45 without loss. A really strong start for them.
Indeed. What they heard, they said that the Barbados Pride, they're playing in Antigua today. You know the 11 that started?
Oh yes, I do have. Just happen to have it.
I was wondering if Kevin Wickham, if he made his debut today.
Well, I'll be able to tell you exactly who is playing. We know we have a
young on the 19 star.
We know that we have a viewership who would want to keep in touch.
Indeed.
Unfortunately, no, the 2 who are left out of the Pride 13 that travel
Right.
are Kamari Boyce and Kevin Wickham.
Yeah.
So they started with Shane Dorrich, the captain, Shamar Brooks, Jonathan Drake, Keon Harding, Shem Holder, Akeem Jordan, Nicholas Curtin, Jair McAllister, Zachary McCaskey, Shane Mosley, and Shamar Spain. So McAllister will make his first class debut for the Pride today. I think he's the only one that will. It's a newcomer.
Right.
I think
right.
McCaskey would have played a season or 2 ago. Zachary
Yeah.
I'm just going to check my memory a little. My memory, as you get older, your memory tends to, not always be there. The first delivery of a new offer, that one is certainly a wide from signal from the umpire. A little bit of another loosener there from Patel. So that extra count really. Permesh Sihu. So that's the new bowler. Foolish delivery. And the batsman Harris drives through mid-off. And they'll come back for the second run now. So Harris continues to mortar along. So 23. So he's not at the 23, Harris, and a total up to 48 without loss. Yeah, McCaskey 49 without loss. So McCaskey's been around for a long time. So I felt like he would have made his first class debut, but actually Philip has just shown me that he's actually never played first class. So two debutants for the Barbados Sprite. He had the wide delivery down the leg side and signaled by the umpire. So the 50 has come up for the West Indies Masters with that wide. And that's 23 to Harris, 8 to Lawrence, 9 to Lawrence. So 50 without loss. So a good opening partnership here for the West Indies Masters. As Pemesh bowls, delivery full and wide outside the off stop, and another wide now signaled by the umpire. So 51. Maybe I just need to record it and just keep replaying that. A lot of wides coming in this.
You think that the Heat would have something to do with it today, would he?
I'm not sure. As this delivery, a goodish line, goodish length, and Harris just places it away through square leg. No run. Fielding finds the field in the way.
They have the blue waters to keep them hydrated.
But it's not yes, there's a lot of sun today. There's a nice cooling breeze blowing across the ground. Pamesha bowls. The delivery brings the batsman onto the front foot and he drives out towards extra cover. No run. Harris remains on 23. Lawrence is there on 9. And it's 51 without loss in over number 9. As Harris again coming onto the front foot defending. No run. I said over number 9. I think it's actually over number 10. So over number 9 in progress. As we watch Pimesh around the wicket, bowling to Harris, who's forward. He drives. They'll get a single here. As the fielder coming across, stuck the boot out, not able to make the stop. So Harris now up to 24, and the total up to 52 without loss. We're over number 9. The West Indies Masters won the toss and chose to bat, and we were seeing exactly why they made that decision. Here is Pramesh around the wicket, bowling again, and Lawrence onto the bat for plays a delightful looking shot through cover, but just for a single. The fielder runs in off the boundary and bowls in his return to the extra cover fielder. Just a single there for Lawrence, who's now into double figures. He's on 10. And at the end of that, the 9th over, the West Indies Masters, who won the toss and chose to bat, there are 53 without loss. Harris on 24. Lawrence is on 10.
Well, you can see, just as you had mentioned earlier, with the reason why the West Indies Masters would choose to have a knock first. A very strong opening pair they found in Harris and Lawrence. And they would want to continue. A very good start here, 53 without loss. Their first game, they would have played the US at BNOC. And making very light work. Chasing down that 82, losing just 1 wicket. They'll be looking to go one better today up against Invitational 11.
Well, here is the Gandhi continuing from the Arthur Bethel end of the ground, and delivery that Lawrence drives into the offside through cover. So he's now up to 11 and takes a total up to 54 without loss. Bringing Harris, his fellow left-hander, into strike. Feel at the moment, slip. Backward point, cover on the boundary, extra cover, mid-off, long off, deep mid-on, deep mid-wicket, and a square leg. And Harris drives towards the fielder on the cover boundary. And in the pavilion, they're saying that's 2, but Harris and Lawrence settle for just a single. Remember, they have to remember the age that some of these guys are.
Well, what the guys are saying are the same age. So it's going to be very interesting when they go to bat.
But so, on the line, outside the leg stump, and Harris, there's Lawrence looking to sweep, making no contact. Taken by the keeper. 55 without loss. Harris on 25, Lawrence on 11.
That's the captain, Roy Singh, saying it should have been 2. So we'll be looking to see if he'll get to when he goes out in these warm conditions.
Very much so. Very much so. As Gandhi will continue bowling around the wicket. This is one Samir, and there's Lawrence coming onto the front foot and having to wait on it, but just defending into the offside, and there's no run. 55 without loss it remains. Lawrence on 11, Harris on 25. Been over number 10 as Gandhi bowls, and Lawrence on the back foot forces this one away towards extra cover. Will get a single. He's now up to 12, and the total now moves up to 56 without loss as the West Indies Masters continue to really build a very solid foundation here. Harris on the back foot again, having to wait on it and looking for power rather than placement. And on this occasion doesn't score. He remains on 25. Lawrence is on 12, and at the end of 10 overs, it's 56 without loss, the West Indies Masters. And this is coverage of the Big Man Cricket, the Over 60s Caribbean Cup 2023, live from Foursquare Oval. Over to you, Ellie.
Yes, please. The Big Man Cricket. Remember that this is brought to you compliments of Blue Waters, which is Atlantic Marketing, Bajan Vending, BTMI, the Big Man Over 60s Cricket. We're in the south part of Barbados, here at the Foursquare Oval. And picture, if you will, some fair breeze and bright sunny weather. In comes, this is Cullimore. A wide, that's not Cullimore, that's Pramesh, sorry. A wide, very first delivery for him, a wide signal by the umpire, so that would push the score up now to 57. Very good start here by the West Indies Masters. 57 without loss. They won the toss, elected to bat. And you can see just why they did that. A very strong pair up at the top. They chased down 82 for 1 against the USA at BNOC on Monday. 57 without loss. In he comes Pramesh, the ball up to Lawrence, and Lawrence is playing this one just past the man at cover, who was trying to stop him with the boot, but he was not successful. And one more added to the score, 58 without loss. Slight breeze coming across the ground. We're here at the RLCU Foursquare Oval. And into the offside, this one is played by Harris. And he'll come for one more. Harris looks very comfortable at the field. At the crease, sorry. Not looking to punch with any power, just placement. 59 without loss. We're in over number 11. Harris and Lawrence, opening pair for the West Indies Masters. Pramesh, in he comes again, passes the umpire to both to Lawrence, and Lawrence is playing this one into the leg side. They're coming for a quick single. A good understanding between these two. He set off right away, Lawrence, as the call came from Harris. And with that single, it pushes the score up now to 60. 60 without loss. We're in over number 11. Pramesh Sihut. And he comes to both Harris. Harris is on the front foot and punches it down to long on as you hear the call from the pavilion saying, get two, get two. But some very warm conditions out there, I can assure you. And they will have to pace themselves if they want to keep going. They will be kept hydrated by Blue Waters, so they won't overheat for sure. In comes Pramesh again to both Lawrence, and Lawrence plays this one backward a square. They will run dangerously close to the boundary. Actually runs into the boundary now for 4. A nice shot there by Lawrence, who was on the back foot in a hurry and placed it backward a square. And we saw Square Leg just trying to dive to save it. He could not. And that 4 takes it up to 65 without loss. 65 without loss, ladies and gentlemen. The two teams doing battle for you here at the Foursquare Oval. The Invitational 11, they're up against the West Indies Masters. As CP Mesh once more comes in to both of Lawrence. And Lawrence this time on the front foot and goes on to the offside. And they will run down to third man. As the man gives chase, they'll come back for two. And with the young legs that Lawrence has, he wouldn't think about three. They'll keep it to two. 67 without loss.
A very strong and positive start here for the West Indies Masters, and
Indeed.
and they'll want to, as I said, want to build on this. And Lawrence and Harris has given them the start, and I guess they'll be for sure. I think they'll want to aim for something in excess of 200, even if it is maybe just over 200. But they'll definitely want to get past the 200 run mark today.
Well, when we saw Australia and England played here on Monday, the singles were few and far between the boundaries as well. But looking at this pair, Lawrence and Harris, totally different side altogether, totally different pair.
And as I said, Harris still plays competitively. Not too sure about Keith, but Harris still plays competitively in the BCA club competition.
And he comes again to both Harris, and Harris plays this one into the offside. They'll come for one. And they'll think about two. Harris was looking for the second. Lawrence wasn't so interested. And with that one, it would push the score up to 68. 68 without loss. We're in over number 12 being bowled by Gandhi.
So Lawrence just plays a lot of Masters cricket, I'm told. But George still plays, as I said, Division 2 club cricket in Barbados. So
you can see it oozing out of him.
yes.
Gandhi to both of Lawrence. Lawrence back. A diving man in the covers cannot prevent it. And the guy on the sweeper on the offside will come and pick it up, gets it back in, keeps them to the one. 69 without loss.
But Lawrence is doing a very good job because he's giving support to Harris.
Very well.
To Harris, yeah. Rotating his strike, etc.
Gandhi. And he comes once more, passes the umpire to bowl up to Harris. And Harris gives the chip, looking to be aggressive to go over cover. Had to adjust, kept it on the carpet. The man in cover, it looks like Patel, the captain of the Invitational 11, will do the fielding. And there's no run. Gandhi back with the ball. In he comes to both Harris. Harris back in the air. Did not time it well, Harris. Just getting a bit excited. Trying to push on 69 without loss. Patel. What does he do here? Does he go wide? Does he pitch up? You have to wait and see. In he comes. Flights this one. Gives it a lot of air to Harris. And Harris is on the front foot early and greets it with bottom pad very close together. And there's no run. 69 without loss. We're in over number 12. Gandhi at the top of his mark. Just off of about 5 steps. In he comes. Passes the umpire to bowl it to Harris. Again, a lot of air, and Harris is contented to come on the front foot and play into the offside. And at the end of over number 12, where they after winning the toss and let into bat, West Indies Masters, they're 69 without loss.
And looking very good at this stage. Another good, decent over from Gandhi. Looks fairly accomplished as a slow bowler, giving the ball some air. He seems to be able to control the flight of the ball. And saw 1 or 2 occasions Harris looking to give the charge, but ball not getting to him as you know, because Gandhi slowed it up. So he seems to have got a couple of good deliveries in his hand. But the West Indies Masters, as I said, in control at the moment. They'll be the happier side. They've gotten a very strong and positive start, and Harris looking particularly good. Really enjoying batting here at his home ground at the Foursquare Oval.
Yeah, indeed. Lawrence, like you said earlier, he's playing a very supportive role to Harris, letting him be the aggressor of the two. And that's Dave Ramdin that we are seeing coming into the attack now for the Invitational 11. Dave Ramdan, sorry, my apologies. Dave Ramdan in the number 27 jersey. So the Invitation 11 now looking to employ the slower bowlers to see if they can buy a wicket here. They really need one, as this is a very strong start here by the Wendy's Masters. 69 without loss. Remember, we're in Barbados, St. Philip, the southern part of the island. As the ball is back with Ramdan. In he comes again. Passes the umpire. The bowler to Lawrence, and Lawrence is playing this one nicely just in front of point. And they'll come for one to push the score up now to 70. 70 without loss. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that this tournament is brought to you with the proud sponsors of Blue Waters, Atlantic Marketing, and Beijing Vending, and BTMI. We do thank them for coming on board. In comes Ramdan again to both Harris, and Harris is on the front foot, plays it back down the pitch, and Ramdan does his own fielding. There's no run. 70 without loss, win these Masters. In he comes again, Ramdan to both Harris, and Harris playing this one just uppishly, and it would pass the captain Patel in the covers, and they'll come back for two. It was in the air for a little while, dropping just short of Patel, the captain of the Invitational 11. And he was unable to stop it. And they would come back for two. 72 without loss. If you do remember, on Monday, the West Indies, they played the USA and made light work of that 82 that they chased for victory. Lost one wicket in the process. As Ramdan, in comes to Porter, Harris, and Harris is back and plays it out to the sweep on the offside. And they'll come for one. Going quite well at the moment, when he's very comfortable, a very comfortable opening pair. Doing quite well at the moment is Harris and Lawrence. In comes Ramdan to both Lawrence, and Lawrence struck on the pad, a save appeal for LBW, and umpire is saying not out. Ramdan looks a bit surprised that he was not given the verdict in his favor. And at the end of over number 13, after winning toss and letting to bat there 73 without loss.
One of the admirable things I would say since you've been here, I haven't seen a lot of. We know seeing the Roy running on to the field to carry some refreshments for these two gentlemen, and that's really something, because in the modern day you see the fellas always trying to get water onto the field and stuff like that, and these guys who are over 60 showing a certain level of durability, and they're not necessarily needing as much refreshment break. We may question what they normally would drink on a regular basis. We know there was lots of us would want to have a good Caribbean rum, and we're right next door to a rum factory. So
with lots of barrels too, Woody.
and I'm told out there that some of them will be headed there after the game. So, but all joking aside, it's certainly good to see them showing this level of stamina, this level of durability, and not really seeing a lot of water carrying as we will see probably in the modern game.
I can tell you, I do believe the water carrying now is more of strategic moves from the modern day game, Woody, where you would see a guy going outside, the captain tell you need to employ a slick, or it's time to press the gas.
Yeah, very much so. But still, it's still good to see that the guys at this age still enjoying the game and playing well. And when you come to some place like Foursquare Oval, and you look and see the lovely greenery that we're seeing and lovely picturesque ground that we have before us, it makes it even more worth it. And we're in a rural part of Barbados, and then we know there are some other very picturesque grounds around Barbados that you could probably go to pass the game down the road on the way here. And I think the Australians have gotten an early wicket in that game. But this is certainly a very good initiative, and let's hope that they can continue to build from this, and we continue to see some excellent cricket.
As we see the captain coming into the attack now, Janak Patel. 007 jersey, Patel. In he comes, passes the umpire to both of Harris. Harris slapping this one into the offside. He will continue on his journey up. He's on 32. Lawrence is on 22. And they're
I'm
doing
disappointed in you, Ellie. You say he just has on his number 7 jersey. No, he doesn't have on the number 7 jersey.
and it comes a flighted delivery to Lawrence. And Lawrence plays it into the offside. Contented just to push it.
He has only he has a 007 jersey. So he's trying.
James Bond?
Yeah, so he's a spy, and James Bond spy. So he's going to be the mystery bowler.
We had to see what he produces as we just saw Lawrence giving a chip and pushing it down the ground for one. 75 without loss. Patel deciding that he's going to pick up the ball here to look for a wicket. They desperately need one as the West Indies Masters, they're cruising at the minute. 75 without loss. We're in over number 14. Looks like confusion here. What will happen? Does he get back home in time? Oh my goodness gracious me. And Lawrence has run out. Wait, looking for a quick single that wasn't there. Harris said, no sir, you have to go back. He was in the middle of the pitch looking for a single, Woody. And he will have to go. So West Indies Masters losing their first wicket via the run-out route.
But that what we talk about. Yes, there was a bit of a decision there between Lawrence and Harris. But what was really more remarkable about that is that a very good bit of fielding. It was more so a gentle kind of return towards the bowler and kind of a loop, and it fell beautifully onto the stumps. And Lawrence was being run out for 22. But even though there would be obviously personal disappointment for Lawrence, he'll be happy that together with Harris, they gave the West Indies Masters a very strong start, a very firm foundation, and we're hoping that they can build from there as the players would refresh themselves. And we also have a new batsman, Jefferson Gibbons, going out. As I said, Jefferson's a very hard-hitting batsman, and they just asked a question a bit off air if he still plays cricket, and he told me yes, he still plays cricket in the club competitions for North Stars in the Barbados Cricket Association intermediate division. So there you have it. So, you have two players in Harris and Gibbons who are still very, very, very active.
Well, Woody, you just spoke about the water being carried. And only moments after we've had the water break. The water break is sponsored by Blue Waters. And that is to keep these guys.
As it do at the international thing. This is a Blue Waters water break.
Indeed. Remember that we have some other games for you today, ladies and gentlemen. Just for me to get that information for you. Here at Pickwick, we have Windies Masters. They're up against the Invitational 11. Over at Wonders, we have the USA versus England. And at BNOC, which is just down the corner from us, just about a 2-minute walk or so, we have the rest of the world. They're up against Australia. You told me, Woody, that Australia, they got an early wicket against the rest of the world?
Yeah, when they passed earlier, I saw them congregating as though they had, and I saw a batsman walking back. So it seemed as though they were able to make an early breakthrough.
Well, we have a very interesting game here for you today, ladies and gentlemen. We're the West Indies. They won the toss, elected to bat. They're 75 for 1. Just before the water break, we saw them losing the wicket of Lawrence. And he went for, I do believe it was 22. A very, very good start by the Windies. And they'll be looking to build on it. And they know the capabilities that they carry in this team because they played can't remember the team they played. Oh, USA. They played the USA on Monday. And they bowled out the USA very cheaply for 82 runs. And they chased it down for just the loss of 1 wicket. So you know that they have the ability to chase down scores quite comfortably. And they'll be looking for a big score here today. They've been given the foundation by Lawrence and Harris. And we will await to see what their final score will be. The water break is on, and we'll be back with you guys in just a few minutes. Well, as we're about to resume, Patel to continue. And he'll be bowling up to Harris, who's on 32 over 46 deliveries. The new batsman, Jefferson Gibbons, at the non-strikers end. In comes Patel to both Harris, and Harris is all the way forward and playing it into the leg side, and there is no run. Windies versus Invitational 11 at the end of 14, 75 for the loss of 1. West Indies, they'll be looking to get up to that 200 mark. We saw England when they played Australia here, they got up to 140 in their 45 overs. West Indies, they're on course to passing that score quite comfortable today. You never know what can happen though, but at the moment, they look very comfortable at the crease of West Indies Masters. So Ramdan to continue from the Vaspert Drake's end. And he will be bowling up to Gibbons, who is about to get his very first delivery of the morning. Ramdan, the ball is with him. In he comes, passes the umpire right about now to bowl up Gibbons. Gibbons gets a foolish delivery, and he's on the front foot very early and plays it into the offside. And there's no run. You really got a gift there just now, Gibbons. To the right or to the left of the man in the covers would have been a gift for him. Instead, he's still yet to get off the mark. In he comes to bowl. Gibbons a wide signal by the umpire, and one more added to the score. 76 for 1. The 15th over being bowled by Dave Ramdan from the Vosper Drake's End. 2 ends today for you, the Vosper Drake's End and the Alpha Bethel. And he comes again to both Gibbons. Gibbons backhand pad close together and there's no run. Invitational 11. They'll be desperate to get another wicket here just to make Windies Masters think a bit about trying to accelerate. In comes Ramdan once more. The ball Gibbons back and cutting and cuts well out to the man on the offside. They sweep on the offside and they'll come for one. A slowish outfield. It looked even slower when Australia and England played on Monday. Not the case here today. Harris had it racing across the playing field earlier. He is on 32 of 47 deliveries. And with him is Gibbons, 1 off 3. 77 for the loss of 1. They have a short third man, a backward point, a sweep on the offside, a cover, extra cover, a long on, a long off, a man at backward square, and a man at mid-wicket, field employed by Invitational 11. And he comes again to both Harris, and Harris back and plays it into the offside. And there's no run. Score remain on 77 for 1. Patel. Ramdan. In he comes. To pull up to Harris, and Harris back and punching through the covers. They'll come for 1. Gibbons is fresh, so he'll come back for 2. And they'll get it quite comfortably in the end. So 2 more added to the score. 79 for 1. 1 legal delivery to go to complete the 15th over. That of Ramdan. In he comes again to bowl Harris, and Harris forward. And a dot ball to complete the 15th. So after winning the toss and batting, the West Indies Masters there 79 for the loss of 1.
So good, because this, as you said, a very strong start here from the West Indies Masters with Harris on 44 and Gibbons on 1. We have some update from some other scores.
The rest of the world, they're 30 for 5 after 19. Playing Australia, would he?
Well, the Australians are showing that they're truly playing like typical Australians.
Well, the rest of the world, they won their first game, and Australia did as well. So 2 winners going at it.
There you go. So right here at the Foursquare Oval, reminding you that our sponsors are Blue Waters, among them Atlantic Marketing. We also have
Bajan Vending,
and the BTMI. So this is Big Man Cricket Over 60s Caribbean Cup 2023. Last year it was over 50s, and the Americans won that, surprised the West Indies Masters in the final at Kensington Oval. And let's see who will win the over 60s this year. Gibbons just limbering up. And
your agent is on, the 007.
That's right. That is Patel, the captain. And let's see how things go. He's very meticulously here setting his field, taking a very long time to settle his field. And let's see what he has now. He's got maybe a slip as Gibbons is forward, looking to play into the onside. Wrapped on the pad, going down the leg side, allow the peel. He also has to point, cover on the boundary, extra cover, long off, long on, straightish mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, and square leg. Here is Patel, left arm spinner, ball in between the umpire and the stump. Sun returns here. Not a lot of threatening clouds at the moment. As Patel, between the umpire and the stumps now, bowls to Gibbons, who's onto the back foot and forcing the ball away, but straight to the fielder. Can't score. He's on 1. And it remains on 79 for 1 in over number 16. As you watch Patel, left arm in again. This is a gift, a full toss, and swung away by Gibbons. May have just been surprised by it and really did give it the full treatment. But he'll get a single. He probably hasn't warmed up as he would probably want. We could give you score of the rest of the world. They're 37 for 6 after 21 overs. So some real damage there. Let's see who's taking the wickets. Sid DeMello, he's taken 3 wickets. Stuart Ridge has taken 2. Peter Dudderidge has taken 1. But 37 for 6 after 21. Only one batsman getting the double figures so far. That's Anthony Bennett, who got 14. And here's another run here for Harris, getting another fullish delivery and playing it away into the onside. And that will take him up to 45 as he inches closer to the half-century mark. 50-run mark. 80 for 1 it is now. 81, sorry, for 1 it is now. We're in over number 16. Being bowled by the left-arm spinner Patel with the 007 on his back of his jersey. A full toss and swung away through square leg for 4. Now that's the Jefferson Gibbons I know. Good effort there by the fielder at square leg, but couldn't get to it. And let me tell you, if they continue to bowl that kind of stuff at him, he's going to light up Foursquare oval this morning. As I said, he still plays competitively in the lower divisions of the Barbados Cricket Association club competitions. As Patel bowls to him now, he's coming onto the front foot and looking to just slightly deceive as he was just moving down the pitch, looking to drive through the offside. Thickish inside edge onto the pad. No run. The end of the over. 16 overs gone, and at the end of it, the West Indies Masters, they are now 85 for 1.
Woody, just to give you an update on the England-USA match, England batting there 103 for 3 after 20 overs. The guys that took the wickets, we had Michael Griffin. He has taken 2, and the only other bowler is I'm getting problems calling this last name, Woody. You need to give me some assistance.
Tiru Murty, sorry. Tiru Murty.
So 103 for 3. England playing USA.
As Harris, at the start of a new over, Harris looking to probably hit it through the offside, but drags it out towards mid-on. We've seen the former Barbados and West Indies all-rounder Dwayne Smith has joined us here at the Foursquare Oval. As Harris comes onto the front foot and strokes his delivery out towards the extra cover region, and there's no run. He's there on 45, 85 for 1 it is. We're in over number 17. As Harris is coming onto the front foot, playing defensively. Back along the pitch, no run. As Pramesh continues bowling around the wicket to Harris is onto the back foot and chops this one away through cover. Will get a single.
Ramdan, my apologies. That's Ramdan there.
Ramdan bowling as another run there for
Dave Ramdan.
George Harris, who's now on to 46 and takes the total up to 86 for 1. My apologies, he's actually 36, not 46. I'm giving a little bit too many. As this one is played away through cover down to the fielder on the boundary.
He probably might get there.
Well, he looks he looks in fine fettle this morning. 87 for 1. So he's on 36. Gibbons is now on 7. Lawrence gone run out for 23. As this delivery is played up along the onside of the pitch, and the fielder diverts towards his left and cuts it off. No run. The end of the over. 17 overs gone now for the Windies Masters, and they're 87 for 1. Still in a good position.
Well, over at Wonders, we have USA playing England. England batting, they're 103 for 3 after 20 overs. So England in a comfortable position. Still about 25 overs or so to go. And it'll be interesting to see what they post will be their final score. If you remember on Monday when they played, they posted a score of 141. Looking a bit better down at Wanderers.
Well, we Patel to continue from the Arthur Bethel end, bowling to Gibbons outside the line of the off stump. No shot offered. Ball taken by the keeper and remains at 87 for 1. Arthur Bethel, the stalwart of the Pickwick Cricket Club. His son Graham Bethel played cricket for the Barbados at the 19s, and his grandson played cricket for the England in the 19s. This delivery brings Gibbons onto the front foot. A stifled appeal from the bowler, but no run. Score kept at 87 for 1. So the Bethel family, Jacob Bethel, as I said, played for the England in the 90s. Born here in Barbados, learned his cricket here in Barbados. Actually played for the Barbados in the 15s, and then around age 16, he migrated to England with his father and mother, with his parents, and got involved in cricket there in England, and he's also played some cricket for Warwickshire in the English County Championship, and so Jacob Bethel doing well for himself. Another run there for Gibbons, who now goes up to 8 and takes the total up to 88 for 1. 88 for 1. As Patel continues to marshal his troops around the field. A aircraft takes off from Gratley Islands International in the distance as we watch Patel giving his one some air, just as that aircraft makes his way and also gets into the air, coming out to Gratley Adams. No run there for Harris, who remains on 36 and a total on 88 for 1. Patel is very meticulous of his field. Left arm over the wicket now, bowling to Harris, who this one give us some air. Harris coming on to the front foot, had to wait for it a bit, and then played it out towards Stritish mid wicket, where it's fielded by Gandhi, and the score kept at 88 for 1. Here is Patel again, as you lost the brilliance of the sunshine here at Foursquare Oval, and Harris comes onto the front foot and strokes this one up towards Stritish mid wicket. And pretty decent over there from Patel. How many runs came from that? Just one run. Just one run. Very good over there from Patel. And he's come on and probably just tried to pull things back for the for his side, the Invitational 11 side, as the West Indies Masters in over number 18 on 88 for 1. As they will try to, as I said, use the platform given to them by the openers, Harris and Keith Lawrence. They put on 70 odd for the first wicket, and so they'll probably be hoping that they can get up to a score in excess of 200. Here is Ramdan now bowling to Gibbons, who gets a flat, fast delivery, fullish length, and can only defend, and pushing into the offside, and there's no run. Ramdan. Here is Ramdan bowls outside the off stump, looking for the cut shot as Gibbons, not making any contact, not taken cleanly by the keeper, but nothing ventured, nothing gained. Score remains at 88 for 1. Here is delivery, brings him onto the front foot, and this one steered away towards backward point, and there is a single there for Gibbons. He goes on now to 9, and a total up now to 89 for 1. So the West Indies Masters continue to do very well here at the Foursquare Oval, building on the good foundation. A bit of a period here now where the Invitation 11, Ramdan and Patel have come on, and they've been able to just retrieve the situation just a bit for the Invitation 11. Runs aren't flowing as freely as this delivery is deceiving Harris as he looked to play through the odd side. That seemed to be the genuine off break, and was looking maybe to go through the onside with it. But what was it to the pitch of delivery and slightly beaten, and an appeal for LBW as the ball came off the pad. As Ramdan bowls, and Harris this time respecting the bowler, coming on to their front foot, playing defensively out towards the extra cover fielder, and the score kept at 89 for 1. We're in over number 19 as Here's Ramdan Bowles. This delivery brings Harris onto the front foot, pushed out into the onside, out towards mid wicket. Will get the run. Ramdan, the bowler, having to trot around to his left to just limit the batsman to just that single. So another good over here for the Invitational 11. As I said, they've been able to just retrieve the situation a little bit after dismissal of Keith Lawrence. Just another 11 runs added in about I would say about four or five overs. Lawrence fell in the 15th over, and we've now had 19 overs. We've had 19 overs. So since his dismissal, I would say we've had 4 overs and maybe about 2 balls, and just about 11 runs, a handful of runs have been scored as Patel and Ramdan have applied the brakes to the scoring rate of the West Indies Masters. Here is Patel now at the start of the 20th over, bowling to Harris, is onto the back foot and punching into the offside for a single. So that will take him up to 38 and takes a total now up to 91 for 1. But still there in a very good, sitting in a good position, Ellie.
Indeed. You thought that when these were there would run away with it after the start that they had in Lawrence and Harris. But like you rightly said, Patel and Ramdan just applying the brakes.
Here's Patel now between the umpire and the stats, bowling to Gibbons, who's slightly deceived, coming onto the front foot. An appeal for I'm not sure what. I think Patel might have suggested maybe a LBW verdict, or maybe the keeper may have been appealing maybe for something slightly different, maybe the edge. But Gibbons genuinely beaten by a good delivery.
Lovely delivery.
Given good air, just enough pace on the ball, and Gibbons coming onto the front foot deceived. Here is a Patel giving this one a little bit, the length a little bit wrong on this occasion. Just a single there for Gibbons as he strokes it down towards the long on fielder. So Gibbons into double figures. He's on to 10, and the total now up to 92 for 1 in over number 20.
It's interesting how I keep hearing from the crowd, the pavilion, two. And I really want to see these guys out in the middle.
But no, I think they keep forgetting that we're dealing. We're how's the 60-year-old, and this is a full boundary.
But
full,
this is the teammates, Woody.
That's what I'm saying. This is not a 50-yard boundary. This is a 70-yard boundary. You know. Here we go. Here's Patel bowling to Harris. A good delivery, bringing him forward. Plays slightly in the dark there. George Harris as the ball spins past the outside edge and into the gloves of the keeper. So Patel has really been giving it a rip, and certainly been very, very deceptive and really retrieve things. Maybe you could give us a quick look at his bowling figures at the end of this over, both him and Ramdan, and to tell us exactly the kind of a job that they've done. And he's very meticulous about his field placements too. Patel, he doesn't.
He has to get what he wants.
Yeah, but he's the captain, so he's the boss, so he could boss things. So here's Patel now. Over the wicket to the left-handed. Harris is onto the back foot. Slaps this one out towards us. So a good bit of fielding there.
Let's say Herbert.
Yes, Winston Herbert. He's always been a good fielder, Winston Herbert. That's nothing new for a good old Herbie. And even in his 60s, he still looks very sharp in the field. Here is Patel, a good delivery. This one given ear and loop, and it slowed it up in the air, and Harris just having to come onto the front foot and defending. So a good over, another good over there from Patel. I think we need about 2 runs came from that. You could give us the bowling figures for him and Ramdan if you can.
So the bowling figures there for Patel. He bowled some 4 overs, no wickets for 11 runs, and Ramdan, to back him up, 4 overs, no middle, none for 12.
So that tells you 8 overs between them, just 23 runs.
Just 23 runs.
So that's we're talking about 2.875, less than 3 runs and over between the two of them. So they've really pulled things back for the Invitational 11.
Indeed. 92 for 1. We're in over. We're about to see the beginning of over number 21. Ramdan to continue, and like you rightfully said, Woody, a brilliant pullback job being done by Ramdan and Patel. So in comes Ramdan to continue to bowl up together and rock on the pad, and the umpire saying not out. Ramdan can't believe it. He really thought he had his man, including the keeper. He really thought that Gibbons would have been walking by umpire saying not out. 92 for 1. We're in over number 21, being bowled by Ramdan from the Vaspert Drake's end. A lovely scenery here as we see a jet taking off in the background from the Grantley Adams International Airport. Taken cleanly by the keeper, and there's no run. 92 for 1. Remember, we're in the southern part of Barbados, here at the Foursquare Oval in St. Philip. In he comes to both of Gibbons, and Gibbons playing this one into the leg side, and there's no run. A very cool breeze coming across the ground. In comes Ramdan, and Gibbons punches this one. It was uppish in the air for a while, out to long off, and they'll come through for 1. 93 for 1. We're in over number 21. As I give you the update here now for the rest of the world versus Australia. Rest of the world, they're 43 for 8 in 25.5 overs. 43 for 8. Rest of the world struggling now at the moment, and Australia will be very happy with that. I can tell you that. I'll give you those figures of the bowlers in a minute as we see Ramdan to Harris, and Harris is forward, and he's all the way forward, Harris, and there is no run. 43 for 9 now the score. That's what I'm saying. Harris all the way forward and plays it into the offside, and at the end of the 21st over, after electing to bat to win these Masters, they are 93 for the loss of 1. So this update here now in the rest of the world versus Australia, they are 43 for 9 at the end of 26 overs. Stuart Ridge, he's bowled some 9 overs, 6 maidens, 2 wickets for 5 runs. DeMello, 9 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 23. Mike Riley, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 8. And Peter Dudderidge, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 7. 43 for 9. The rest of the world, they're struggling against Australia right now. And the Aussies, I can tell they'll be very happy. The man in the 007 shirt, the Captain Patel, back into the attack to bowl up to Gibbons, and Gibbons plays this one uppishly into the cover region, and they'll come through for 1. As you see the Captain Singh of the West Indies Masters strolling past, he'll be very happy with what his guys have accomplished so far. They're 94 for 1. We're in the 22nd over, being bowled by Patel. He would want to get a wicket here for his team. Harris, who is batting very comfortable at the moment, he's 38 off of 68 deliveries. In comes Patel to both Harris. Harris gets a foolish delivery that he plays into the offside, and in the way is Winston Herbert in the cover region, and there is no run. 94 for 1. As we say, good morning to everyone around the world here from Barbados. Patel to bowl to Harris, who slaps this one out to the man on the cover boundary on the offside, and they'll come for 1. All sunny skies here in Barbados. Just below 6 roads if you're familiar with the island. Just below 6 roads in the south of the island. And if you are fortunate to say on your TV or computer, laptop, whatever it is that you're watching on, you can see to the left Earl Seal, the Foursquare Distillery Company, where you have some very tasty rums. And I've been made to understand that they will be visiting there later on. All the barrels you can see packed up with rum aging bond number 3. Just away to the left. In comes Patel again to both of Gibson. Bottom part close together. And there's no run. We're in over number 22, being bowled by the captain of the Invitational 11, Patel. Janal Patel. Janak Patel. In he comes once more. Passes the umpire to bowler Gibbons. Gets a foolish delivery and Gibbons on the front foot and punching into the offside. The man from point would run around to cut it off. They'll only get one. So one more added to the score to push up to 96. 96 for 1 at the end of over number 22. Remember that we have some other games today for you as well, ladies and gentlemen. Over at Wonders and at BNOC. At Wonders, we have the USA versus England. I'll try to get an update for you on that game. I can tell you that at BNOC, Australia, they are ripping apart the rest of the world. They are 43 for 9 in 20 odd overs. So the rest of the world, they're struggling against Australia. Back into the attack now comes Ramdan. He be bowling up to Jefferson Gibbons, who's on 13 off of 25 deliveries. Gibbons settles over his blade. In comes Ramdan to bowl to Jefferson, and Jefferson is back and plays this one just backward a square. He actually made no connection as the umpire signals a leg by now. One more added to the score to push up to 97. 97 for the loss of 1. If you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, it's the West Indies Masters. They're up against the Invitational 11. The Indies Masters won the toss, elected to bat. They're 97 for the loss of 1. In comes Ramdan again to bowl Harris. And Harris plays this one into the leg side. And in the way, it looks like Winston Herbert, they're at mid-wicket. And there's no run. 97 for 1. I would say a pleasant good morning to everyone around the world. In comes Ramdan. Stay full of people for a run out. And the umpire is saying not out. Ramdan can't believe it. With the attitude that he's portraying, it would suggest to us that he touched it. However, the man in the light blue shirt, his opinion is all that matters, and he's saying to Ramdan, not out. Well, now the umpire, he will have a conversation with his colleague to see. Ramdan is suggesting that he got a finger to it. The umpire saying not out, but we'll see what his decision will be when he comes back to the crease, to the stump, sorry. And he's saying not out. So we will continue. 97 for 1, Harris. He is on 39. Now with him, Gibbons on 13. In comes Ramdan to both Harris, pad and pad close together. And if you had to look into the dictionary, the Oxford Dictionary, you would see a picture of Harris with the pad and pad very close together. A definition that is solid. As Ramdan. In he comes from his mark to bowl up to Harris, and Harris plays this one in to the offside, and there is no run. As cheers come out from the pavilion telling Harris to carry on. Doing a pretty good job, and his captain will be very happy. He is 39 off 74 deliveries. In comes Ramdan to bowl. Harris struck on the pad, up and said that's out. Harris goes just as we spoke about him having a solid defense. Just as we spoke about Harris having a solid defense, Ramdan testing him again, and he was a judge LBW. So Harris goes 97 for 2, 39 he goes for West Indies Masters, losing their second wicket. 97 for 2 at the end of over number 23. Remember that we have for you 2 other games going on, the rest of the world versus Australia over at BNOC. And over at Wanderers, USA versus England. So we just got the update that the rest of the world, they've been bowled out for 46. As the cheers come in for Harris, who gave a fantastic innings of 39. A judge LBW to Ramdan. 97 for 2. So the rest of the world, they've been bowled out for 46 in 28.4 overs. Rest of the world. Rest of the world out for 46, just down the road at BNOC. And they will be very happy with that. Australia.
Not to watch. Yeah.
I do believe that Australia will make very light work. They'll make very light work of that. We saw them posting a score of 141 here on Monday versus England. Beating England by just about 15 runs or so on Monday evening. However, should they be successful, we do believe that they will go 2 up. Well, here at Pickwick, Invitational 11, they're up against the Windies Masters. Windies Masters are winning the toss, and they have elected to have a knock first. They are 97 for 2, and the 2 men out in the middle for you. We have the captain, Roy Singh, just going out to join Gibbons. And the man with the ball in hand, it looks like Patrick Barrow. Fresh into the attack. Barrow in the number 84 jersey. And he comes past the umpire, the ball to Gibbons, and Gibbons forward and plays it nicely into the leg side and setting off immediately. Looks like Herbert want to attempt for the run out, and Barrow saying, just take it easy, Herb. No need to take an overthrow. 98 for 2 as we see the Windies Masters looking to close in on that 100 mark. They chased down the 82 set for them on Monday quite easily, made by the USA. He made 82 for 1. In comes Barrow once more. He bowling up to Singh, the captain. Singh is forward. Pad and pad close together, plays it into the offside, and there's no run. We say good afternoon to Kemar Smith and Dwayne Smith, the Smith brothers, here joining us for a good game of cricket. In comes Barrow once more to bowl to Singh, and Singh tucks it in the leg side. They'll come for 1 and spring hard. Herbie looking to have a thing and an overthrow by Herbie, and they'll come back for 2. Winston Herbert, he really was going for the juggler there to run out Singh. He was unsuccessful on this attempt, and 2 more would bring up the 100. That's the 100 up for the Windies Masters, and it came up in the 24th over. 100 for 2. Windies Masters. Remember that we are watching the over 60s big man cricket here in Barbados. As we saw Singh punching this one into the offside, and they'll come back for 2. Singh looking very strong out in the middle. Well, he is fresh. The captain, Singh. Remember that this tournament is brought to you with the compliments of Blue Waters, Atlantic Marketing, Bajan Vending, and BTMI. We do say a special thank you to the sponsors for coming on board, because where would you be in times like these without sponsors? As we see Singh on the front foot early and playing this one into the leg side. And there's no run. 102 for 2. Windies Masters. Looking, they're cruising at the moment. In comes Barrow once more to bowl to Singh, and Singh getting one down the leg side. It would imply to us, the umpire, that it had come off of the pad and taken cleanly by the keeper. And at the end of over 24, Windies Masters were winning the toss, electing to bat. They're 102 for the loss of 2. Remember that tomorrow we have a break. We have a break here tomorrow, and then we come back on Friday for round 3. when the West Indies Masters, sorry, they come up against the rest of the world at Wonders, and here at Pickwick, Australia will come up against USA, and then at BNOC, the Invitational 11, they will come up against England. So games to continue on Friday. That will be round 3 as Ramdan continues from the Vasport Drake's end. In he comes to bowl up to Gibbons. And Gibbons gets a foolish delivery that he plays in to the leg side, and there is no run. Slight breeze coming across the ground. Nothing too strong. And in comes Ramdan to bowl to Gibbons. Gibbons back and plays us into the offside. The man in the cover region would knock it down. And there will be 1 run added. 103 for the loss of 2. As we can see out in the distance, the home of Sir David Seal. Some well manicured grounds here at the Foursquare Oval. Over to the left, you can see RL Seal and Company Limited. A stifle appeal for LBW, and umpiring is saying not out, and they'll come back for 2. What happened here? Well, had the bill's been broken, that would have been a very interesting scenario to be played out there, as we saw a leg by signal by the umpire. So 2 leg bys added to the score to push it up to 105 for the loss of 2. We're still in over number 24, being bowled by Ramdan. Bowling from the Vaspers Drake's end, Dave Ramdan it is, in the number 27 jersey. And he comes again, passes the umpire to bowl up to Singh, and Singh is back and playing it into the offside. And it goes through the man in the cover region, and they'll come for 1. 106 for the loss of 2, and over number 25 being bowled by Ramdan. Gibbons, he is on 15 off of 29, and Roy Singh, he's 5 off 7. In comes Ramdan to both the Gibbons, bat and pad ever close together, and there is no run. Gibbons, he's on 15. Singh, he's on 5.
Pardon?
106.
Jefferson Gibson.
In comes Ramdan to both the Gibson, and Gibson leaving this one alone, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. And at the end of 25 overs, ladies and gentlemen, Wendy's, they elected to bat first, won the toss and batting first. They're 106 for the loss of 2. So Barrow to continue from the Alpha Bethel end. He be bowling up to Singh, who is on 5. Singh forward and plays it back on the pitch, and Barrow does his own fielding, and there's no run. 106 for 2 as we continue through over number 26. In comes Barrow to bowl up to Singh. Singh gets a foolish delivery, and he's back, rocking back, and plays this into the offside to the sweep out there. And they'll complete 1. 107 for 2. If you're just tuning in with us, ladies and gentlemen, we're here in the lovely island of Barbados, southern part, just below 6 Roads here at the Foursquare Oval. I think so. I saw a lovely Yorker there, and Gibbons, He batted with his shovel just now, digging it out from Barrow. In comes Barrow to both Gibbons, and Gibbons gets a foolish delivery. Some lovely feeling there, backward square. Looks like Herbert, Winston Herbert. Some fantastic feeling there by Herbert. The ball back with Barrow. In he comes to both Sing punching ferociously into the offside, and they'll come for one. Can't make out the man in the cover, the deep covers there. In the 62 jersey, so that would be back to Basker back to in the 62 jersey. They're deep cover. Won't be able to prevent the single though. 109 for 2. 109 for 2. And Gibbons on strike, and with him is the captain of the Windies Masters, Roy Singh. He's 7 off of 10 deliveries. In comes Barrow to both the Gibbons, and Gibbons is forward and plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. Patrick Barrow, and at the end of over number 26, 109 for the loss of 2. Ramdan to continue. The ball up to Singh, and Singh tucks this one back with a square to come for one. 110. 110 for 2. If you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, it's the Invitational 11. They're up against the Windies Masters here at the
Good running, guys. Good running.
I saw Gibbons playing this one into the offside, and they'll come for one. 111 for 2. Ramdan in the number 27 jersey. He'll be rolling up to Singh, the captain of the Windies Masters, and Singh playing this one all along the carpet out the cover, and there's no run. So just to give you an idea of the field setting, they have the guy at slit, a man at backward point, a cover, a deep cover, a long on, a long off. And you see this one going down the leg side. So you have a long on, a long off, a man at mid wicket, a man at deep mid wicket, and a man at backward square leg. The field employed by the Invitational 11. Ball back with Ramdan. In he comes, passes the umpire, the ball up to Singh, and Singh reaching for a wide delivery, and the umpire suggesting that Singh was out of his ground. However, the umpire saying not to watch square leg. My good friend Tremaine, there at square leg. Ball back with Ramdan. If you've never been to Barbados before, you really should come over. All sunny skies and lovely blue beaches with that coral sand. A lovely place to come on vacation. As we say, a pleasant good morning to everyone at Blue Waters, Atlantic Marketing and Bajan Vending. In comes Ramdan to board Singh, and Singh is on the back foot and playing this one into the leg side. Out to the man sweeping on the leg side, and they'll come for one. 114. BTMI, how you guys doing this morning? We hope that everyone there, we trust that you all are well this morning as well. We take this time to say a special thank you to these sponsors for coming on board. In comes Ramdan to both the Gibbons, and he's all the way back and in behind it, and plays it just just off the pitch to the man at mid wicket, and there's no run on at the end of over number 27. 114 for the loss of 2. A slight water break, not for the entire, for both teams, but Invitational just trying to keep hydrated. The Invitational 11, that is. Remember that the water break is brought to you compliments of Blue Waters. 114 for 2. .46. There are 2 without loss. That game is happening down at BNOC, Barbados National Oil Company. We have a game going on as well down at Wonders, England versus USA. England, they are 150 for 5, and
Pickwick won.
we are in the
Capital P.
30th over down there. England and USA. As the ball is back with Barrow. In he comes from the alphabet end to ball up to Singh, and Singh gets one, just peeling off the outer part of the bat and going out to the man there, short third man, just dropping short of him, and they'll come through for one more. 115 for 2, beg your pardon. We are in over number 28. As we see Barrow departs from his marker once more to ball up to Gibbons, and Gibbons working this one nicely backward the square. Herbert will give chase. They'll come back for 2, and they're talking about 1 for the throw. We'll wait and see what happens. Well, it's very interesting to see. When Singh was in here, he was talking about running 2s and 3s, and he's not able to come back for the 3rd. So they have to settle for the 2. 117 for 2. Ball back with Barrow. In he comes. Passes the umpire. Ball up to Gibbons. And Gibbons on the front foot early. And again, this one hit with more power. And it would run into the boundary now for 4. It really was a lovely shot there by Gibbons. He was on it in a flash. 121 for 2. Gibbons showing how agile and fit he is, running up and down, and walks back up now. He's really enjoying himself out in the middle. Gibbons, Jefferson Gibbons, 121 for 2, and with him the captain of the Windies Masters, Roy Singh. He is 10 off 16. Gibbons is 23 off 38. 121 for 2. We're in over number 28, being bowled by Barrow. And he comes to ball Gibbons, and Gibbons is back in and playing into the offside, and they'll come through for easy single. Windies Masters going along quite well. Winning the toss and electing to bat. They're 122 for 2. Barrow. In he comes again, passes the umpire to board up Singh. And Singh on the front foot and playing all along the carpet. And they'll come for 1. They're screaming 2. What will happen here? They're looking to come back for 2, and they'll get it quite comfortably in the end. Taking over the runs are the West Indies Masters. And at the end of over number 28, 124 for the loss of 2. In comes a Ramdan. Continues. The ball Gibbons back and punching this one onto the offside. That's like Herbert out there on the super boundary. And they'll come for one. 125 for two. Well, at this rate, if they continue, you do believe that they will get up to that 200 mark between these masters. But Invitational 11 will have different ideas. In comes Ramdan to bowl up to Singh, and Singh playing this one lovely all along the carpet. Out to a long off for one. One more added to the score. 126 for two. Two men in the middle for Windies are Jefferson Gibbons and Roy Singh. Gibbons on 25, Singh on 13. Appealing for stumping is the wicket keeper, Fazil Jahor. The wicket keeper in the 786 jersey. Some fancy glove work by him, as we saw the umpire square leg saying not out. So it's going to remain on 126 for two as Ramdan, the partial marker, the ball Gibbons back, plays it into the offside, and they'll come for one more. It's going to be very interesting to see when Australia and when these collide. The two, they go about their duties just about the same, rotating the strike well and looking for the occasional boundary as Ramdan into bowl to Singh and peels off the edge, and the slip being just a tad too wide, it runs down to the third man boundary, and they'll come back for two. Two more added to the score, 129 for two. For a slip, it was just a tad too wide. Well, had he been just a little more to his left, that would have gone down his throat. Not to be the case. 129 for two as Ramdan, in he comes, passes the umpire to both Singh, and Singh is back and plays into the leg side and comes for another single. What a joy it is to watch the Windies Masters, just keeping the score ticking over. And at the end of over number 29, after winning the toss and electing the bat, they're 130 for two. A 130 for two. Carlton Collymore. So Carlton Collymore back into the attack. We saw him from the Vosper Drake's end, and he struggled a bit with some wides. He is back into the attack now as we see the Windies Masters coming back for three. 130 for two. We're in over number 30, being bowled by Collymore from the half of Bethel end. Well, they really need to get a wicket now, the Invitational 11. The Windies Masters, they're really looking to push on here. 133 for 2. At this rate, they really will crash into that 200 mark. Singh looking very comfortable, and with him is Gibbons. Gibbons, he's on 26, and Singh on 19. 133 for 2. We're here at the Foursquare Oval Ground in south of Barbados. In comes Cullimore again to bowl up to Gibbons, and Gibbons is forward and plays it back down the pitch, and there's no run. I was telling you, we're in the south of Barbados, all sunny skies here. You really would enjoy these manicured grounds. A lovely place to just come and watch a game of cricket. In comes Cullimore to bowl Gibbons. Gibbons is back and punching this one now out to the sweep on the offside, and they'll come for one. 134 for 2. We're in over number 30, being bowled by Carlton Cullimore. At the top of his mark, in he comes. Passes the umpire once more to bowl up to Singh, and Singh is forward and plays it into the offside, and they'll come for easy single. The man at point there just gonna get enough power behind it to get it back into Johor, the keeper. And the Windies will complete one more. The Windies supporters, they must be very happy with this start that they've been given by Harris and Lawrence. And Gibbons and Singh just billing on it as we see Gibbons punching through the offside again. It goes all along the carpet, and they'll come back for 2. A slow field, really. And they're looking to come back for the third one. Some fantastic running here by the Windies Masters. So they begin to take on the throw now for the Invitation 11, and at the end of over number 30, 138 for the loss of 2. Well, we're going to have a water break now, ladies and gentlemen. So just stand by for the resume as we resume for over number 31. So Glenfield Griffith into the attack. And the man at square leg, well, he will only go to retrieve it. Gibbons. 142 for 2 as we start over number 31. We saw Gibbons just tossing it up there. We saw Griffith, just tossing it up there to Gibbons, and Gibbons dispatching that one into the leg side boundary. That would push him up now to 34. He is 34 off 46 deliveries, and with him is Singh. He is 20 off 23, 142 for 2. The Windies Masters, they'll be looking at getting that 200 mark. They're quite on course to getting it. Over at BNOC, though, I can tell you that Australia, they're on course to winning, chasing a meager 43 for victory. So Griffith in the number 83 jersey, picking it up from the Vasper Drake's end, and he'll be bowling up to Gibbons, who settles over his blade. In comes Griffith to bowl to Gibbons, and actually a no ball, it slips out, a dead ball, my apologies, slipping out the hand of Griffith. So he will have to go and come again, 142 for 2. Griffith. In he comes once more. Passes the umpire to bowl to Gibbons. And Gibbons forward side for P for LBW. Umpire saying not out. They'll come for one. A leg by second by the umpire now. So one more added to the score to push it up to 143 for 2. 143 for 2. Griffith. Ball is back with him. He'll be bowling up to Singh, who's on 20. A foolish delivery. The ball Singh goes up and over cover. A lovely shot there by the captain Singh, who was on in a flash. Punching it up and over cover for purpose. And it crashes into the offside boundary. And with that 4, the Windies Masters, they inch ever closer to that 150 mark. Looking very comfortable. Roy Singh, he moves up to 24 with that boundary. Invitational 11. Well, they will be desperately looking for that wicket now. They will need to break this partnership if they want to stay in contention. In comes Griffith once more to bowl at Griffith to Singh, and Singh is back and rocks this backward a square. They'll come for one as the man from square leg gives chase, and they'll come back. The man, it looks like Cullimore there from backward square leg, running down to fine leg, my apologies, to retrieve the ball. Could not prevent the 2 runs though, and those 2 runs would push the Windies Masters up to 149 for 2. Windies Masters cruising at the moment. That 2 pushes up Singh to 26 off of 25 deliveries, and Gibbons is there 34 off 48. As we see some field changes being done by the Invitational 11. They're taking out the slip now and putting a guy at short fine leg. In he comes to bowl to Singh, and Singh is back and punching this one into the leg side, and they'll come for one. 150. That's the 150 up for the Windies Masters. 150 for the loss of 2 at the end of over number 31. So Kelton Cunnimore back into the attack. He be bowling up to Singh, who is going at more than a run a ball. He's 27 off of 26. Singh and Gibbons. He is 34 of 48 deliveries. In comes Cullimore. The ball Singh and Singh punching this one into the cover region. The man at cover diving over it could not prevent the single. And they'll come for 151 for the loss of 2. 151 for the loss of 2. In comes Cullimore once more. Passes the umpire to bowl up to Gibbons. And Gibbons back and plays it into the leg side. And they will come back for 2. Herbert coming off the leg side boundary. Could not prevent the 2 runs. 153 for 2. We're in over number 32 being bowled by Kelton Cullimore from the Alpha Bethel end. Welcome one, welcome all. If you're just tuning in to the cricket here in Barbados, remember that we are watching the over 60s big man cricket sponsored by Blue Waters, Atlantic Marketing, Bajan Vending and BTMI. As we see Cullimore crashing into the pads of Gibbons. A stifle appeal for LBW, and there is no run, also a not out decision given by the umpire as well. 153 for 2. We're in over number 32 being bowled by Kelton Cullimore. As we see Gibbons just taking mark, make sure he's where he's supposed to be in his crease. In comes Cullimore once more. Ball Gibbons and Gibbons back and beaten, not taken cleanly by the keeper, and there's no run. 153 for 2. We're in over number 32. Big man cricket over 60s here in Barbados. We are in round number 2 today. So here at Pickwick, the Foursquare Oval, home of the Pickwick Cricket Club. In comes Cullimore once more, passes the umpire to bowl up to Gibbons, and Gibbons punches this one into the offside. The man from the cover would have to run around to cut it off, and he does so now, and 2 more added to the score to push it up to 155 for the loss of 2. We're still in over number 32 being bowled by Kelton Cullimore. Gibbons, he is on 38 off 52, and with him is Singh, 28 off 27. In comes Cullimore again to bowl to Gibbons, and Gibbons works this one lovely off the pads for 4. It really was a lovely shot. So here came Gibbons playing around the pads, going backward the square, that crashes into the leg side boundary for 4. When these masters looking very comfortable at the crease.
And I told you, if he ever gets warmed up, we're going to see some good. He's going to light up this player.
Well, I can tell you, he's very comfortable at the crease. 159 for 2 at the end of 32 overs.
So the West Indies Masters are really very happy with their position at the moment, and it looks as though they'll get that 200 as we had said at the start of the piece. That good start from George Harris and Keith Lawrence serving them well, and they've just continued to progress from here with Gibbons and Singh continue to play very positively and play very purposefully. And so they'll be at 159 for 2, and they've got 18 overs remaining. Ooh, let's see how far they'll get. 13 overs remaining. Let's see how far they'll get with this innings.
Well, the Invitational 11, they will be desperate to take a wicket here. They don't want the Indies Masters to run away with it. So they'll need to take at least 1 or 2 wickets quickly to stay in contention here, Woody. As we see Griff comes in to bowl Singh, and Singh plays this one into the offside. And Griff does his own fielding, Griffith, in the 83 jersey. 160 for 2. No, what do you if you're Invitational 11 supporter, what would be your thoughts?
Get wickets. Get wickets. That's what we need to do here right now. We need to. The only thing that will slow this scoring rate down, they at least need to get at least 2 wickets. And you know, they always say in cricket, add 2 wickets and look at this. Look at the score. Look at the position. But just adding 2 wickets to the wickets column.
I heard you talking about your math and how good you are at it. So at this rate, Windies they're crashing into that 220 mark.
Let me get it. Let me get the mass going again.
Simon B. we opposite that so his hand came up immediately, hitting around. So he went away from his traditional bottom pad close together. This time he was looking to play around the pads and paying the price for it. Griffith getting the wicket of Gibbons. So he goes. Windies Masters losing the third. They're 160 for the loss of 3.
Well, I told you that they needed to get wickets, and this is a very important wicket because, as I said, Jefferson Gibbons is a guy who still is very competitive. Still plays cricket competitively at the club level in Barbados, and so he will be in some kind of nick. Beyond what we would expect from some of the other players. So in this regard, you would expect that Gibbons will certainly have been advancing the score very nicely. But having lost the wicket of Gibbons, it's very important to see how they get on now. Richard Suchan, former Trinidad and Tobago seamer. Interesting to see he was also a very good mug with the bat at times when playing for Trinidad, so it'll be interesting to see how they will get on the West Indies Masters in the closing overs. They still got how many overs remaining? 12 and 4 balls. So if you do 4 runs an over, 4.5, 4 runs, 48, 50 runs. If they add 50 to the score, they'll just be around the 200 run, around the 200 run mark. Maybe if they can really, up the ante in the closing overs, they may very well get at that 225 mark, which would represent something of 5 runs and over. So that's what they'll be perhaps aiming for. So Suchan is the new batsman, Richard Suchan. And here is Griffith. This one given some here, and Suchan drives out into the offside, can't score. A lot of left-handers in this top order for the West Indies Masters. The Griffith it will be to continue in lovely weather here at Foursquare Oval. And Suchan comes onto the foot for the pushes into the offside, into the gap. Will get a single, so he's off the mark, and he'll be happy to get that first run. Batsman always happy to get the first run.
Indeed. Always enjoying to feel the ball coming onto the bat, and he will want to continue in the vein that the guys before him have gone, Harris and Lawrence and these guys. Be interesting to see, like I keep asking you, what would be the final score for the Windies Masters? We have to wait and see. As we saw Singh says over bat, and in comes Griffith to bowl Singh, and Singh is back and eyeing that offside boundary. Cannot pierce Barrow in the covers, and there is no run. 161 for 3 when over number 33. In comes Griffith once more to bowl up to Singh, and Singh gets a foolish delivery. Asking about a stumping, and the umpire is saying not out. But the way that Griffith is acting, it would suggest to us that it barely passed the outside of the off stump. Another coat of paint, and he would have gotten his man Singh. Not to be the case, though. And at the end of 33 overs, 161 for the loss of 3.
Well, they'll be looking to, as I said, to finish strongly here. Patel, as he has got the ball in his hand, and he's certainly brought things back for the Invitational 11. So he'll be hoping that if in these closing overs that he can bring back some control and maybe limit the damage in the closing overs.
Indeed. Indeed, that is the case. The captain, Janak Patel, in the 007 jersey. The man on a secret mission, what he would have implied earlier. We'll see if that mission is successful this afternoon here at the Foursquare Oval, home of the Pickwick Cricket Club in the south of the island. Some lovely manicured grounds here just below 6 roads. If you've been to the island, you know exactly what I'm talking about. As we see Patel into the attack again, and a wide signal by the umpire. So one more added to the score to push it up to 162. So Windies, they're in a cruising position. If you're a Windies supporter, you will be happy with the score so far. If you're supporting Invitational 11, well, you would be a bit worried because you would want to see a team taking some wickets. In comes Patel once more to bowl up to Cyber Peel for caught behind. as he saw Johor trying to offset the umpire, trying to get the umpire to go away from the signal. Not to be the case, so as we saw the wide coming, 163 for 3. In comes Patel to bowl to the batsman Richard Suchin.
Well, he doesn't
there
understand.
is no
Tremaine
one.
Prescott is a seasoned umpire. He's been around for a little while, even though he looks young. He's been around for a little while and has umpires at the highest level domestically in Barbados.
Indeed, sweeping as sweep well, Richard Sushan and through the man at backward square. They'll come back for 2 as the young man. Well, I use that word loosely. Woody, calling the man at square leg a young man. It sounds better than to say an old man at square leg. And so the score, but instead of saying young or old, they told me to use the term big man.
Just simply say the fielder. That covers everything. The fielder.
165 for 3. I remember we were watching the big man cricket over 60s here in Barbados, sponsored by Atlantic Marketing, Blue Waters, Bajan Vending, and BTMI. We do thank those sponsors for coming on board, because without them, where would we be today in terms of cricket? So we thank them very much for coming on board. 166 for 3. The latest score here at the Foursquare Oval. Patel. Ball is back with him. Just about 2 or 3 steps, in he comes. Passes the umpire to bowl up to Singh, and Singh is on the front foot. Gets the inner part of the inner portion of the bat, and it will trickle out onto the leg side, and there's no run. 166 for 3. Invitational 11. They're up against Windies Masters today. In he comes again. A foolish delivery in the air, and it goes down to long on for 1.
Two singy.
Well, he was one of the people that implied
That's
that
why
he
I'm
should
saying
take 2. And like I said earlier to you, Woody, it's a bit different in the heated conditions out there. He was shouting 2 from the comforts of his seat.
That is correct.
Here in the pavilion, it's a bit different out there. And at the end of so 165 for the loss of 3.
67 for 3.
167 for 3.
Singh is on 30. Suchan is on 4. And Janak Patel, he has a interesting first name, Janak. I'll tell you about that in a minute.
In the air. Catch? No. Spilled onto the carpet. Woody. I really thought he had it. It would have been interesting to see him coming up with that catch, I can tell you. Some nice conditions here at the Foursquare Oval, so it does give you the confidence to take a dive or to roll over on the carpet. As we see this one being pushed all along the ground.
Well, there's Singh.
Bit off.
That was just push. And really and truly, they really should have gotten a single there. But Roy Singh pushed for the single. The captain, who he said he'd be the one calling for the twos
And the trees.
And there he was, responding very positively and getting that single there.
Yeah, a very spirited captain, Singh. Man with the ball in hand is none other than Glenfield Griffith. In he comes in the 83 jersey toward Singh. And Singh is back and plays this one into the offside. Looks like Herbert there in the cover. Is something correct? That's Herbert or that's Barrow?
Herbert
there in the covers. And there's no run. 170 for 3. So when these Masters closing in on that 200 mark, Woody, as Griffith passes the umpire once more to bowl up to Singh, and he's coming for a single. Looks like trouble here. And getting home. Well, Singh, he really lives up to what we was talking about earlier, Woody.
Yes. Boy, he seems to be a live wire.
Griffith, and he comes again to bowl to Singh. And Singh is back and punching this one onto the offside. The man on the boundary will come around, and they're coming back for 2, and they'll get it quite comfortably in the end. When these Masters showing how agile they are between the wickets, especially Singh.
Yeah, he got 2, and that's what he's been saying. Once the ball goes to the fielder on the boundary, that there must be 2 runs there, and he came back for the second.
And he comes again to boy Singh and Smith going aerial down to long on for 4. The big man Singh. Well, he is in attacking mood. He's actually going. Just on the. He's at 32 off of 34, Woody. 173 for 3. At one point, he was going out just to run a ball. 30. Sorry, Woody is 38 off of 36 deliveries. 177 for 3. And over number 35.
No, I got here. So 177 for 3, 35 overs gone, and it will be Patel to continue between the umpire and the stumps, and bowling to Suchan, who's looking for the big drive, makes no contact, and taken by the keeper, and it remains at 177 for 3. Suchan is there on 6. Singh is there on 38. Patel into his 7th over. 6 overs, no maidens, none for 22 before this. And he bowls to Suchano again, looks for a big shot through the offside, makes no contact. The keeper takes it. I told you that Patel, his first name is Janak. There's a local horse named Janak. Pretty good, decent animal too. As this one is given some air by Patel, and the batsman drives it back up along the pitch. No run, and it's kept at 177 for 3. So Patel doing the business here for the Invitation 11. Here he is between the umpire and the stumps. Give us some air. Suchan looking for the big drive. Not getting to it again. So at the moment, Suchan not really able to make contact. Not really playing with any purpose at the moment. And they're not making any contact. He's played some big shots but not able to make contact with the ball. Here's Patel in again between the umpire and the stumps and bowls, and this time he slaps it away out to cover, but finds Winston Herbert in the way. Herbert has always been a good fielder in his younger days. I remember him taking a brilliant catch in a test match for the West Indies as a substitute fielder. Here he is now, Suchan. And he drives to long off. They'll get 1. Singh, wants 2, and will come back for the second run as the throw comes in from the fielder on a long on boundary. Very, very good work there by Roy Singh, the captain of the West Indies Masters team. They're forcing Suchan to come back for that second run. And certainly Singh, a very purposeful player, very busy player it would appear, and he's done very well to come back for that second run. So it's 179 for 3 now after 36 overs gone, and so they're scoring just under 5 runs and over. So let's see if they do continue, if they can get up to the 5, that will put them in the range of about 225, and maybe if they can score quickly, put some pressure on the Invitation 11 fielders, what may happen is that they may be able to eke out another 10, 15 runs. So they may be able to get 60 from those last 9 overs or so. That will put them in the range of about 240 or close to 250. So let's see how well they go in these closing overs, as Gandhi will come back from the Vaspert Drakes in. I didn't realize that Vaspert was such a big boy here at Foursquare Oval at Pickwick Club, but he is. Good old friend Vaspert Drakes. He's right now in Antigua with the Barbados Pride team as the head coach, and they're hoping that they'll have they were hoping for a bright start to the West Indies Championship, but they've suffered a setback with they're seemingly having some problems with the pitch at the Vivian Richards cricket ground, and play having to be halted for a period of time. So we'll see if we can get some more information and see how things unfold for the rest of the day. So Gandhi making some adjustments to the field. So he's got a slip, he's got a backward point, a deepish cover, extra cover, long off. There's also a long on, straightish mid wicket, player in what we will colloquially refer to as cow corner, and then a square leg that's a Griffith, it looks like, who goes down and taps the field, but a single there for Singh, who now goes to 39 and takes a total up to 180 for 3.
Just to give you an update, Woody, on the rest of the world versus Australia. Rest of the world 46, all out in 28.4. Australia 41 without loss in 11.1.
Early afternoon for them, they'll probably be able to go to the beach, have a good swim. Suchan swings towards deep square leg, and that will be 4 runs. A short ball from Gandhi, and Suchan swinging it around through square leg. I remember Richard Suchan, I think, in a game for Trinidad and Tobago against Barbados, back in the day when he was playing for the Trinidad and Tobago national team. Barbados seemed to be, I think might have been a 1-day game, it might have been a 4-day, I can't remember. And remember, Barbados seemed to be in control, and Suchan came out and made 46, and Trinidad went on to win. I think it was a 1-day game, and Trinidad went on to win that game. And that Barbados team had the big boys like Marshall and Garner and that crowd. And Suchan came out in partnership with Brian Lara and led Trinidad to victory in that game. So a pretty useful lower order batsman in his day, Richard Suchan.
Well, in the game with England and USA,
we'll tell you, hold on to that thought, as that he goes back, Suchan, and pushes out to the offside. No run.
Yeah, that game with England and USA is going on currently, and England, they are 212 for 7, Woody, in 41.4 overs. Here
is Gandhi bowling to Suchan, who's back and pulls through for the square. Herbert shadows and just a single on this occasion, as Suchan now goes up to 13, and the total up to 185 for 3. We're in over number 37, being bowled by Gandhi. That is Mihir Gandhi, as this one is a slightly shortish delivery, and Singh slaps it down towards the long on fielder. Will get the Singh. Singh certainly understands the cricket. He's on 40 now, and it's up to 186 for 3. And he certainly led the charge in these closing overs in these last 15 overs. He certainly led the charge for the West Indies Masters, as Gandhi bowls to Suchan, who's onto the back foot. Can only defend off a delivery of fullish length. Presumed to the offside, no run. The end of the over, 186 for 3 it is now. with Suchan on 13, Singh on 40, and the West Indies Masters looking to, well, certainly they will surely pass the 200-run mark as we come to the end of over number 36.
Yeah, you can. I can't agree with you there that they will crash
37
into
overs
that
gone,
200
sorry.
mark for sure. With the 186 for 3, I do believe that they will get up to that 215 mark.
Well, right now on the live scoring, the projected score is 225. That's what the projected score is. But I dare say I may very well think that they'll probably get just a little bit more. I presume if Singh stays there and that positive attitude of his, and Suchan can be a reliable partner as he can be, I think they can probably get somewhere very close to 250. Close. I'm not saying they will get to 250, but they probably may be able to get maybe somewhere over between 230, over 230 and up to towards the 250 mark. Here's Patel bowling out to Singh on the leg stump, and he's still working into the onside. It comes off the tight pad and no run. It remains at 186 for 3 after 37. In over number 38. That's the over in progress as Patel bowls a high ball and a wide signal by the umpires down the leg side, and so another extra, and that takes the total up to 187. 187 for 3 it is now in over number 38. Patel bowls to Singh, who drives through, tug this one really into the Swedish mid-wicket position. Will get the single as the fielder take it cleanly. So another run for Singh, who's now on to 41, and a total up to 188. You keep talking about how hot it is. Yes, these games started very early at 9:30 in the morning. As this delivery is a full toss and swung away by Suchan through mid-wicket. Runs here for the former Trinidad and Tobago pacer, and they will get 2 runs to take him now up to 15 and a total up to 190. Over number 38. And I was going to give you a bit of a story behind playing so early, as this delivery brings Suchan forward, slightly deceived, coming off the pad, and balloons into the offside, no run. Remember when I was Commonwealth, we were playing our first Sir Garfield Sober Schools tournament here in Barbados. Roland Holder, the former Barbados captain and West Indies batsman, was the captain, and he said, well, when we play this tournament, since we started early, around, I think we were starting like 10 or 11 in the morning, we are batting first once we win the toss, especially when we play the English sides, put them in the field, run them around, and we will win every game. As Suchan will get some free runs here, as the fielder on the long on boundary was asleep, didn't see where the flight of the ball, lost track of the ball, and just 2 runs there for Suchan. And in fact, or is it? Yeah, 2 runs for Suchan, who now goes up to 17, and a total up to 192. So maybe the West Indies Masters using the same theory. You've got the guys who are a little bit on the older side. Let's put them in the field, run them around, and then we'll feel in the cool of the afternoon. Patel bowls to Suchan on the line, over pitched on the line leg stop, and clipped away through square leg. Just a single there. As the return comes in from Gandhi. So Suchan now up to 18 and the total up to 193. So they're approaching the 200-run mark. As we say good afternoon to our sponsors. One of our sponsors here, Blue Waters. And they have some representatives on the ground. Very lovely young ladies. And just ensuring that the guys are well hydrated. And I'm sure they will welcome it as you look onto the field. We see the 2 batsmen at the moment, and even the keeper getting a bit of water, because it is hot out there.
Indeed.
Even though at this time of year we get some nice gales blowing across Barbados at this time of the year.
Very chill on the night.
Oh yes, I think the other night someone said that they were driving across the highway, and the temperature gauge in the car was reading something like 19 degrees Celsius.
Oh, jeez.
Now let's let you understand. We will complain about that in the tropics because we're not built like those guys in the States where you have the what you call it, the is it radiator? Do you think that you have in your house to keep you warm? Thermostat. Yeah, the thermostat. You don't have one of those in the house to keep you warm. So when it gets when the temperatures dip,
some good feeling.
you only have a blanket. As the return comes in from Gandhi, who moves sprightly to his left and collected a shot, collected the ball.
With a court on a night, Woody.
Yes,
we ready to
definitely.
go. Oh,
Suchan getting hold of that last one well. Here he is now, Suchan waiting for Gandhi, and looks to swing, makes no contact. Umpire a little bit generous to Gandhi. That one seems to be down the leg side, but the opportunity, the umpire ruling that it was a good delivery. Gandhi seems to be bowling from behind the bowling crease. He's not even touching the popping crease, as this one is a bit short and swung away by Suchan. There'll be a couple runs in it if they push for it. The return comes in, and yes, and they're back for 2 runs. Suchan, so he's on to 20, and that takes the total up down to 100 and 195 for 3. So the 200 run mark beckons. A delivery outside the off stump. No shot offered by Suchan. Left alone, and no call coming from the umpire of wide. He perhaps may want to get off too. You never know. As we watch Gandhi now, bowling to Suchan, who's onto the bat for them. Pulls to wideish long on. That's Herbert. No, that's not Herbert. That's Barrow. It looks like on the long on boundary.
Yeah, Barrow, yeah.
And that's 2 more runs to Suchan, who's now 22.
I think 2 is their favorite number, Woody.
Yep. 197 now for 3. As Gandhi bowls to Suchan, who's back and pulls towards that whitish long on region again. They'll get 1. They're going to come back for the second. Singh, as you know, is going to come back for 2 for sure. And Suchan will labor back for that second run. So he's now up to 24. And the West Indies Masters are up to 199 for 3 as we've come to the end of over number 39. So they need 1 more run for that 200 run mark. Let's see how far they go past once we get down into those last 5 overs. So certainly they're in a very good position at the present moment. The West Indies Masters, they'll be very satisfied with this score. Harris getting 39, going for 39. That's George Harris. Keith Lawrence getting 23. Jefferson Gibbons getting 42. Those are the batsmen dismissed so far. And Gibbons being LBW to Griffith. Lawrence being run out for 23. He was the first one to go. And then Harris in between being LBW to Ramdan for 39. So, but at the moment it's Singh there. Roy Singh, he's on 41. Richard Suchan is on 24. And so if you're listening to us there in Trinidad, yes, Richard Suchan, the former Trinidad and Tobago national player, he's there and seemingly looking to get up, put a bit of thump on the ball as we come into the closing overs. We're about to start over number 40. It'll be Barrow. Or is it Cox? Cox to continue. From this, the Colin Cox to continue from the Arthur Bethel end. Cox 3 overs, no maidens, none for 10 in his opening spell. Not bad figures at all. Sorry, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 13, I should say, in his opening over. Not bad figures at all. And he replaces Patel, who bowled 8 overs for 26. Here is Singh looking to swing. Did he get make any contact? As that one goes towards the fine leg region, they'll come back for 2. There'll be a signal of wide, so that's 3 runs, and that will be 202 for 3. So the 200 comes up for the West Indies Masters in over number 40, and they'll be very happy about reaching that target.
Indeed. Well, the foundation had been set by Harris and Lawrence, and it was just for Windies Masters to build on it and continue, in which they are doing quite well. Singh and Sushan.
So 33 extras in the total so far. The real fullish length, and Singh drives firmly back up the pitch, but Cox moves smartly to his right and gets a boot to it, and the score kept at 202 for 3. So 27 wides in that total of 202. A delivery outside the off stump and slapped away there by Singh. He gets a single to move on to 42. Looks very sprightly. Looks very young and very sprightly, Roy Singh. He still looks, the shots looks very authentic, genuine.
I'm gonna have a question his ID card when he comes.
Very
out.
much so. I think we have to. He may very well be a young over 60, meaning that he might be 50, might be 52.
He's even leaning on the back. Looks like Sarwan.
Yeah.
Standing leaning on the back.
He drives that towards mid-off. Suchan can't score. I'm told by Philip Hackett that they tell him that he trains 6 days a week. So no wonder. He certainly does. Yeah. The delivery outside the off stump, and Suchan places one firmly out towards squarish cover. Can't score. Finds Herbert in the way. 202 for 3 it remains. Still looks very young and still looks very agile as he runs up and down the pitch. Singh. But we're watching Cox bowling to Suchan, who swings down to deep mid wicket, in the air for a long time, but drops well safe for the fielder, who then bowls his return into the wicket keeper's end.
A strong bowling action, Woody.
Yep. Another single there for Suchan. He's now up to 25, and a total up to 203 for 3. So this is really going to take some effort to overhaul from the Invitation 11. We'll have to wait and see who are the big bats in this Invitation 11. Cox bowls to Singh, who looks for the drive, gets a thickish inside edge, and tugs it out towards a mid-wicket. Will get a run. He's now up to 43, and the total at the end of the 40th over, the West Indies 11, now after they won the toss and chose to bat, they are 204 for 3 in the Big Man Cricket over 60s Caribbean Cup 2023, a match between the West Indies Masters and the Invitational Masters here at the Foursquare Oval. So 204 for 3. Roy Singh is there on 43. Richard Suchan is there on 25. And for further commentary, over to you, Ellie.
Yeah, well, Woody, if the Invitational 11 Masters are to win this game, we are in for a very entertaining afternoon. 205 for 3.
Very much so.
And we are about to begin before the first over. It will be very entertaining to see them overhaul this score. And we're not finished yet. As we saw Singh pushing this one. I'm surprised he didn't go for his favorite number there just now. Going for the 2. He's been screaming it the entire day to his colleagues, mates. Get on with it. Let's get 2.
Maybe the age is now finally catching up with him in this innings.
As you see this one here being pushed into the offside by Sushan, and deciding against his single as Gandhi gets a bit of a bubble there just now, and he will be continuing from the Vasport Drake's end. Well manicured ground here at the Foursquare Oval. In comes Gandhi to bowl to Sushan, and Sushan is back and punching this one as you hear the favorite number being bellowed out from the pavilion 2. But they will only take 1. I don't know how much further they can push it, but 207 for 3 is the score so far here by the Windies Masters, Woody.
And on the live scoring platform, the projected score based on the
as
current
we see Singh punching this one into the offside. Looks like Herbert out there on the hands it. No, that's not Herbert, sorry. That's Barrow on the hands it to Herbert. it was in the covers, and they'll come for 208 for 3.
No, the projected score right now 229.
229. This will be very interesting. Should they get up there, Gandhi, to bowl to Sushan in there. The barrow coming around in the deep on the leg side. Can he cut it off? No, he cannot. Actually runs into the offside. So some may not as fit as Singh in the field. And Sushan with that 4, it pushes him up to 30. So he's catching up to Singh. Sushan catching up to Singh quite quickly. He's 30 off 35, and Singh is 45 off 44. He's going up more than a run of ball, Singh. 212 for 3, and the ball is back with Gandhi. In he comes again to ball Sushan. Sushan swinging again, over the part of the bat. And they're calling for 2. And actually, they're coming back for the 2 now. Sushan up and down very quickly. 214 for 3 at the end of 41.
Well, I told you that Suchan is a player who is no mug with the bat. I remember him making a useful 46 in that game. I said with a Barbados, very powerful Barbados team with Marshall.
I'm telling you about that. I'm not familiar with that era.
Yeah, back in the 1990s, when he made, I think it was either his debut in his first year in the game for Trinidad and Tobago, and he made. Barbados thought they had the game won, and he came out and played a blinder and helped Trinidad and Tobago win. So, he's not a mug with the bat at all.
I hear a lot about those days. Unfortunately, was unable to come out any earlier. 214 for 3. I came along in 84, Woody. As we see Singh putting this one into the leg side out to the fielder on the leg side, and they'll come for 215 for 3. We're in over number 42. For those of you that are just tuning in, a pleasant good afternoon to you from Barbados. We're in the south of the island today, just below 6 roads here at the Foursquare Oval, as we see Cox coming in to bowl to the batsman Sushan, who is, did he get any bat on that? We have to wait and see. What I can tell is that they're coming in for 2, coming back for 2. And no signal from the umpire would imply that he did get some bat on it. So 217 for 3. 2 teams doing battle for you this afternoon here at the Foursquare. Windies Masters, they're up against the Invitational 11 Masters. Windies winning the toss, electing to bat. They're 217 for 3. As you see Sushan back and punching this one into the offside. Calling for 2 again. These guys, they're 2 level 2. Singh looking for 2. What will happen here? Will he get back in time? Yes, he does. Well, they could have had 2, but Sushan was ball watching. At the other end, Singh was almost back in his face, asking him to go up. But Sushan was uninterested, and Singh had to go back, making his ground quite safely in the end. 218 for 3.
Singh must remember that Suchan is a little bit less mobile than he is.
Well, Singh, he waited for 2, and Sushan is the one bowling over. Can you imagine that? Singh settles over his blade. In comes Cox. Passes the umpire once more. The ball Singh is punching this one aerially out to the man on the offside. Sweep in, and they'll come for 1. As we see the planes taking off quite regularly over at the GAIA, Grantley Adams International Airport.
I'm sure that the Prime Minister will be very happy. That means that we are getting lots of visitors to the island, and hopefully the tourist spend is good.
In comes Cox, and they're coming back for 2. Sushan. Well, Singh, by the time he's finished with Sushan, I can promise you that he'll be quite fit. Singh is pushing him to his limits. I'm not sure that Sushan will take the field for the second half. He'll have to get a sub. Singh is not letting up. They're 221 for 3. Singh is on 47 and Sushan on 37. In comes Cox once more. The ball up to Sushan. And Sushan back and rocking it into the leg side. And the man out there knocking it down. And they'll come for one. So with that single pushes him up to 38. And at the end of over number 2, after winning the toss and choosing to bat the West Indies Masters, there are 222 for the loss of 3.
And I've been able to pull up, thanks to the age of modern technology, been able to pull up that game of Richard Suchan. Actually, Barbados did win that game, so my memory in that regard is a little bit off. But he came out, batted at number 10, and made 45. As I said, that Barbados bowling attack included Ezra Mosley, Anderson Cummins, Malcolm Marshall, and Samuel Skeet. And 45 for Richard Suchan, batting at number 10, helped Trinidad to post a decent total of 267. The Barbados team was bowled out for 199. That team included players like Philo Wallace, Desmond Haynes, Gordon Greenwich, Carla Best, Roland Holder, Sherwin Campbell. That was the top order. And then Trinidad responded with 212.
In the air, down to deep mid wicket for one as the captain comes back into the attack. What did the score? Were they 223 for 3, you were saying?
And then Barbados knocked off those runs with Desmond Haynes and Carla Best both making hundreds. So I did remember the 45, but just the other details that I was a little bit shaky on.
Giving Trinidad a victory. As you see, Singh punches this one down to the ground, and he goes up by 1 to 48. 224 for 3. We saw in the last game where the guy Braffett, I can't remember his first name, where he was on 49. He came in 49, not out for England. He had no idea he was on 49 the last game here. Stopping this one, and Singh coming back. Sushan laboring back up to the strikers.
And
crease.
guilty of a bit of ball watching there, thinking that he got on the boundary, but didn't run. And he only he got 2. Maybe he could have gotten 3 if he had gone through purposefully with the running between the wickets.
In comes Patel again. Tabo Sushan gives the charge and tugs this one into the leg side. They'll come for 1, and guess what? Singh is pushing for 2, and they will take off with a walk for Sushan. Then breaks into a jog and back into a walk again. So that tells you about the idea that Sushan is in. So 7 more for Sushan to get his 50, 2 more for Singh to get his. West Indies Masters going on quite well. And into the leg side, Sushan goes again for 1 more. 229 for 3. 229 for 3. The latest score here at the Foursquare Oval. Patel, ball back in hand, and he comes to ball of Singh, and Singh is for bowling. Singh losing his own stump to Patel. So captain to captain, and in the end, Patel, the captain of the Invitational 11, would come out victorious on this occasion. West Indies Masters 11 losing their 4th wicket there, 229.
And you know why Singh should be put over someone's lap and given a spanking? Because he's the 2-man. He needed 2 for his 50, and he could have just played a normal cricket shot and got the 2 runs and got his 50. But a very good innings for Roy Singh.
Indeed. 229 for 4.
And don't be having a Kodak moment, Roy Singh. Skipper, why did you not go for the 2? Oh, he said the ball came off the bat, hit him in the groin, and then went on to the stump. So unfortunate on that occasion. But if he just played a normal cricket shot, he would have got it. Instead of trying to be so careful, if he just played a normal cricket shot, and he would have gotten his 50.
Indeed, not to be the case though. 229 for 4. And we see guys taking a water break.
Yeah, it's getting hot. It's getting to that time of day when outside does really become a bit sweltering. So they'll welcome this bit of a intervention.
I can tell you. Compliments to Blue Waters, though, for coming on board. I can tell you they're very welcome.
No, this is a Blue Waters water break.
So thanks to Blue Waters, Atlantic Marketing, BHN Vending, and BTMI, Woody. You know, without them, it would not be possible. So we do take this time to say a special thank you to the sponsors for coming on board. 229 for 4. The new man in Zamin Amin. Colin Cox back into the attack. 2 overs to go. What do you think now will be the final score here? 2 overs to go.
What's the score?
229 for 4. 12 deliveries to go.
All right, I'll give them 240.
240.
Yeah, I'll give them 240.
That's an interesting number. In it comes Cox. The ball to is that Zushan? That is Sushan. Yes. Sushan punching down the ground for 1. To bring the new man on strike. The big man Amin. 230 for 4. 11 deliveries to go. Colin Cox in the number 1, the 0-1 jersey. He be bowling up to Amin. In he comes. To bowl up to Amin. Amin gets a footage delivery and he's back and plays it just in front of the point. They'll come for 1. 231. What he's saying that they'll get 240. It'll be very interesting to see who bowls this last over for the Invitational 11. Cox. In he comes, passes the umpire to bowl the Association driving all along the carpet. Man diving at backward point. Can't prevent the 2 though. And they'll get it quite comfortably in the end. So 2 more added to the score. They're pushed up to 233 for 4. If you're just tuning in, it's the West Indies Masters 11 versus the Invitational 11. In comes Cox to both association. Stifle people LBW umpire saying not. Is he saying not out? Not out, he's saying? 233 for 4. As we see the ambulance passing by. Yeah, one of the newer versions of the ambulance. In passes Cox again. Swinging at this one is Sushan, it looks like. Sushan. Did it? Actually, it came off the bat. He goes up by 1 to 48. 48 to Sushan. 234 for 4. Went over number 44. Being bowled by Colin Cox from the Alpha Bethel end. In he comes to bowl to Amin. Amin punches this one into the offside. They'll come for 1 and discuss 2 and decide to come for it. And in the end, 2 more added to the score. 236, sorry. 236 for 4 at the end of over number 44.
So 1 more over to go. So I'm on target for my 240. I give them 240. They may get 242, 243. I'm sure they'll be very happy about that. But they had a very good start, and what has been good is that they've built on it. They didn't waste it, as another West Indies team may have done. But we're not going to talk about that.
236 for 4. 236 for 4. It looks like Gandhi is going to bowl the final over of the afternoon in this innings. He be bowling up to Sushan, who is on 48 off of 48. So he needs 2 for his 50. And we'll see if he'll get it. There are 236 for 4. 6 deliveries to go. In comes Gandhi to bowl Sushan. Sushan is beaten. Not taken cleanly by the keeper, and there's no run. $236 for 4. He needs 2 runs to get his 50. Can he get it? You have to wait and see. In comes again. Sushan whips us into the leg side. They'll come for 1. Can he come back for 2? Well, he's coming back. And that's his 50. 50 up to Sushan. Well done to the big man. That pushes it up. The score to 238. He will get his 50 or 50 deliveries. A man said 3 6s, no one come out. Well, that would be some entertainment to end it. I can assure you of that. 238. Well, we've not had a 6 for the entire innings. So it'd be very interesting to see 3 back-to-back now. And when we say no. No.
But still a good effort.
Still a good effort. So with this view that I'm saying coming past me, I can only imagine that the cricket dot BNOC has been completed. Victory to Australia. 242 for 4.
So a very good position here for the West Indies Masters, looking very good. Conditions are excellent for batting. They just have to be very. There's the one fellow who I would say the West Indies man that I could talk about. Not very familiar with the rest, but certainly one fella that I would tell him to gotta be very careful about is that fellow Mr. Herbert. That guy Mr. Herbert understands cricket, can bat, and if you don't do the right things, he's going to destroy you. That's all I would say.
Gandhi, in he comes. Actually, abandons his run now. Just about the vehicle passing the background disturbing. The fielder at long on. So in comes Gandhi now to board Sushan. Sushan gives the charge again. And is he stumped? Yes, he is. So Sushan goes a white signal by the umpire as well. So 243 for 5 as Sushan is stumped. Dismissed off the bowling of Gandhi. 243 for 4. He made 50, even 50. Even 54, sorry. Even 54. Forgot about the 4 he struck there. Previous ball. Well done to you, young man. Well, they say not young man, but they say big man.
Very much so. Well done, Richard Suchan. A very good knock by the former Trinidad and Tobago national pacer, and doing the business there for the West Indies Masters. So Emerson Jordan's the new batsman, the former Barbados fast bowler. Remember him knocking the former West Indies coach Phil Simmons in the head. Gave him a bounce at Casanova one afternoon and had Phil Simmons floored. That was shortly after Phil Simmons had been struck by big Sid Lawrence on tour in England. And then he had recovered. Then he came down here, I think, a year or two later. And Emerson Jordan, very deceptively quick bowler, hit him in his head.
As you see, Jordan off the mark, immediately punching this one down the long one. They'll come back for 2. Will he get home in time? Yes, they do. So two more added to score, push up to 245 with one illegal delivery to come, Woody. So in he comes, Gandhi, to ball to Jordan, and this one goes up and over mid wicket. They'll come down for one. Somebody shouting three. What will be the final? They'll come for two. Looking for three. Well, they'll come for it now. What will happen here? Will he get home in time? Yes, he does. So three added to the score. 248 for five. What he would actually want. This is actually one legal delivery to come now. 248. So they can they get? Yeah.
You wait up, he's coming
Yeah.
to it.
So this one going backward a square. They'll come for one. They're coming back for two. So that's the 250 up for Windies Masters. Already a fantastic effort done here. They really had the foundation laid by Harris and Lawrence. 250 for five. Would he let you give us the summary of that innings?
Yes, a very good innings here by the West Indies Masters. 250 for 5 from their 45 overs. Let's just run through the scorecard for you. George Harris was LBW, bowled by Ramdan for 39. Lawrence was run out for 23. Gibbons was LBW to Griffith for 42. Singh, the captain, Roy Singh, was bowled by Patel for 48. Suchan was stumped by Fazil Jahor off the bowling of Gandhi for 54, the top score. 51 balls, 3 fours in that score of 54 from Richard Suchan. Zamin Amin, he made 5. He was not out on 5, and Emerson Jordan, he was not out on 5 as well. There were 34 extras in that total of 250 for 5 from 45 overs, comprising 5 leg byes, 28 wides, and 1 no ball. Those 28 wides will be what the Invitation 11 will be a little bit upset about. The bowling for the Invitation 11: Herbert 3 overs, no maidens, none for 16. Cox 6 overs, no maidens, none for 34. Kalima 3 overs, no maidens, none for 25. Gandhi 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 49. Sehult 2 overs, no maidens, none for 18. Ramdan 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. Patel, the captain, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 36. Barrow 3 overs, no maidens, none for 18. And Griffith 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23. So the West Indies Masters win the toss and choosing to bat. They finish on 250 for 5 from their 45 overs. A fine effort from these over 60s to get up to such a total. As I said, the top scorer, 54 from the former Trinidad and Tobago national Richard Suchan, 48 from Roy Singh, and 42 from Jefferson Gibbons. George Harris getting 39, and Keith Lawrence 23, the double figure contributors. So that's it, 250 for 5. The target for the Invitation 11, 251, and we'll be back in about half an hour or so to continue our coverage here of this, the Big Man Cricket over 60s Caribbean Cup.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Big Man Cricket over 60s being held here in Barbados. The game for you this afternoon, we have the West Indies over 60s versus the Invitational 11 over 60s. Brought to you compliments of Blue Waters, Atlantic Marketing, Belgian Vending, and BTMI. You're about to see the resumption of the run chase of the Invitational 11. They have to get 251 from 45 overs. And the two men that will start that run chase for the Invitational 11, we have Kristin Parmar and Janat Patel. The man with the ball in hand is none other than Anthony Boyk. Anthony Boyke. That's the name. And he be bowling from the alphabetical end. So we're about to see the run chase. Here we go. In comes Boyke, passes the umpire to bowl up to Parmar. Parmar is playing this one into the leg side, and there's no run. A pleasant good afternoon to one and all. If you're just coming in, you're going to witness the run chase of Invitational 11. They need 251. That was posted by the West Indies Masters. When they won the toss, elected to bat the West Indies Masters, posted a score of 250. 250 for 5. And we are going to see now Invitational 11 attempt to get that 251 for victory. The bowler, Anthony Boyke, with the ball in hand. In comes Tony to bowl up to Parmar. Parmar back and crashes this one into the offside. The run there just close. Actually, it crashes into the offside boundary for 4-0. So a very positive start for the Invitational 11. Boyke, he's just about 6 feet or so. A tall, slender build. He has in a first slip, a man at gully, man at point, a cover. Actually brings out the man from gully and brings him to a point now. He has in a cover, extra cover, a mid on, a mid off, a mid wicket, well, a straightish mid wicket, a mid wicket, and a man at backward square. In comes Tony once more to board Parmar. Parmar gets a foolish delivery and is contented to play out to mid off, and there is no run. 4 without loss, ladies and gentlemen. The run chase we're witnessing of the Invitational 11 here at the Foursquare Oval. Ball is back with Tony once more. Departs from his marker to bowl up to Parmar. Parmar is forward and plays it in the covers, and there's no run. So the first over of the run chase completed, 4 without loss. So Zamin Amin, the bowler from the Foursquare direct saying, lovely flighted delivery. A lovely flighted delivery there from Zamin Amin, beating Patel. And there's no run, 4 without loss. In he comes again to both Patel, and this time Patel is forward and plays it into the offside. And there's no run. A very quiet start from the Invitational 11. Remember, they have to chase down 251 for victory. In comes Amin once more to both to Patel. Patel is back and beaten again, taken cleanly by the keeper. And there is no run. Very decent start here by the West Indies Masters. They'll be very happy with this start. In he comes again. To both to Patel. Patel again forward, hitting the inner part of the bat and onto the pad and trickles onto the offside. And there is no run. West Indies Masters versus the Invitational 11 Masters. In he comes again. To both to Patel, and Patel can't seem to get his timing right as yet. Misses this one again. 4 without loss. 1 legal delivery to go to complete this over. In he comes to Patel. Patel gets a foolish delivery that he plays into the leg side, and they'll come for one. No. At the end of over number 2, 5 without loss, chasing 251 for victory. So remember, we had 3 games today being played. This is one of 3. The first one, this one today actually, here at Pickwick. We had one at BNOC and we had one at Wanderers. They won Wanderers, USA versus England, and at BNOC we had the rest of the world versus Australia. Well, we saw the demolition job that Australia did of the rest of the world. Scheduled them out for just about 43 runs, I think it was. And Australia making 46, sorry. And Australia making light work of it. Here, this is not the case. West Indies making a mammoth total of 250 for 5 in their 45. And every play so far at 5 without loss. Invitational, the 2 opening batsmen for you, Janak Patel and Kristin Parmar, opening the batting for the Invitational 11. And Patel, he's 1 off 7, and Parmar 4 off 6. Patel on strike. In comes Tony once more, past the umpire, the ball up to Patel. Patel gets a foolish delivery and plays it back down the pitch. Tony does his own feeling. There's no run. Well, the West Indies Masters, they'll be very comfortable, very happy with this start. A big score. The Invitation 11, even though they have 45 overs to chase it, they still want to keep within the range. A foolish delivery, played into the leg side. Patel, and they'll come for 1 and discuss 2 and get it quite comfortably in the end. As this one is being bowled in by the young man in the 19 jersey. That is Prem Singh. Feeling there at mid-on. In comes Tony once more to bowl it to Patel. Patel is bowling. Patel is gone. Played all around that one. Really should have kept it straight back there. Instead, he was looking to play that one into the leg side, and his castle was disturbed by Tony. 7 for 1, the score, with Invitational 11 losing their first wicket. It's going to be a very...
Not a very good shot at all there by Patel, the captain. And looking to play through the onside. Looking to swing it into the onside and having his stumps rattled. And a setback early for the Invitation 11 as they try to overhaul this very mammoth total of 250 for 5. And we only say mammoth in the context of the cricket that we're playing. It's over 60s and we're playing 45 overs.
Indeed, agreed. Well, the new man going out is none other than Glenfield Griffith. I was with him last night. Griff said to me, Ellie, I'm going to play some cricket in the morning, but I did not think that he made here. He's here, however, and he's going out at number 3. Well, we'll have a laugh about this later on. Should he overtake this score, it will be a very entertaining conversation later on. 7 for the loss of 1.
These guys, feel very pleased to be part of this tournament, and especially those who still are very much involved in the cricket. They will certainly want to back themselves to do very well in this tournament.
Indeed. Glenfield Griffith, well, he has strolled to the crease with high expectations of him. He's batting in a responsible number, I should say, and that being number 3. It is argued that the best batsmen come at that number, and therefore the responsibility will be on his shoulders as Tony will depart from his marker, passes the umpire to both Griffith and Guilford's forward. Just getting a feeling for it, as you said earlier, Woody. Any batsman wants to feel the ball coming onto the bat.
But I hope that Boyk will try to, attack the stumps. That's what you want to do. Don't mind that the batsman wants to feel the ball onto the bat. Attack the stumps.
In he comes again. The pass the umpire, the ball is Griffith, and Griffith is driving. Can't get it past the man in the cover region. And there is no run. 7 for the loss of 1 at the end of over number 3.
So a slow start for the Invitation 11. Target 251, so 244 more runs they need. They will have a lot of work to do this afternoon if they're to overhaul that target. If they're to get close, they're going to need someone to come out and play a blinder of an innings, come out and transform the fortunes of the game. The good thing about the West Indies 11, West Indies Masters, their innings, they had consistent batting down the order. So once they have that as well too, they will also be very grateful if they can get some good scores coming down the order, and they'll be able to be competitive.
I do agree with you. What the West Indies had that was going for them, they rotated the strike very well, Woody. Picking up the 2s and 3s, the occasional 4 that came as well. And also, you would like to think that Invitation 11 will want to mimic, bowl him. Ball playing across the line. Just as we were talking about mimicking the West Indies Masters in terms of rotating and getting, we just saw Pamar playing across the line of the ball and the top of middle being disturbed by the bowler. That is Amin. So immediately at the beginning of the 4th over, we see Zamin Amin getting a wicket, that being of Pamar.
Well, again, batsmen looking to hit across the line of the ball and maybe not appreciating that the truth is that the pitch may not, it may not be a bad pitch. Maybe the bounce isn't there to play those kinds of shots. And on this occasion, maybe just playing over the top of it and being bold. But this could be the man who going to the wicket. This could be the man to change the fortunes of this game for the Invitation 11. That's Winston Herbert. Still plays some club cricket in Barbados in the lower divisions of the BCA competition, and someone who's been around for a long time and Maxwell, is it? Yeah, Maxwell he does play for, and he's someone who understands the game. And if today happens to be his day and he's clued in, well then I tell you, we could have a pretty thrilling finish to this match this afternoon.
You sound like a big fan.
No, I know Herbie. Herbie very well. Played for the BCL in the first division in Barbados for a number of years. As I said, he's well traveled around the globe. He's played in England. I think he also had a bit of a stint in Australia, maybe a piece too in South Africa. So he's the sort of guy that understands the game, has played in different conditions, well traveled, has the knowledge of the game, and will know what to do. And especially at this level, where it's, over 60s, the ball may not always be coming on. In a certain way, he'll do well.
I mean, it's a ball to Herbert. Herbert is forward and plays it into the leg side. And there's no run. 7 for 2. Well, he's come to the crease when his team needs him most. In comes Amin again to ball to Herbert. Herbert waits on this one. Plays it into the leg side. And there is no run.
Can't find who that you job not money.
I can try my best. Eight for 2. We're in over number 4. Being bowled by Zamin Amin. And he's bowling up to Glenfield Griffith. 8 for the loss of 2. If you're just coming in, it is West Indies Masters, 11. They're up against the Invitational Masters 11 here at the Foursquare Oval. In comes Amin to bowl to Griffith, and Griffith's forward and plays it into the offside, and there's no run. As you see, Amin back with the ball at top of his mark. In he comes. This Griffith playing this one nicely into the leg side, and they'll come for one. I think that what they will have to do here at the Invitation 11, they'll have to push hard for these twos. When the West Indies batted, remember that they had pushed for the twos and the threes, and they picked them up quite well. And if they are to overhaul these runs, I think that they're going to have to mimic the same attitude.
Yes, 9 for 2. A very slow start in the circumstances, but if they can find a good pair. I mean, they haven't started well. But remember, the West Indies Masters had a good start from Harris and Lawrence. And if they could find a pair who could come together in a similar vein, put together a big partnership, that'll be important. And who knows, that could be the platform which they need.
Indeed. You see the ball back with Tony from the Arthur Bethel end. In he comes, passes the umpire to bowl up to Griffith, and Griffith's beaten comprehensively, taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. Warming up now at the ground, sun out in all of its glory, not a cloud.
It's going up to 2 o'clock. That's in cricket terms, that's the bewitching hour.
Let me tell you.
Especially when you start at 9:30.
In comes Tony again to bowl to Griffith, gets a foolish delivery in a party bat and go out to square leg, and they'll come through for a single. Can't prevent the single though. Can't make out the guy there at square leg. But one more. Gibbons, that's it?
Gibbons, yeah. Yeah, Gibbons, that's
it. Coming for that single there. 10 for the loss of 2. These two are going to have to put on a fantastic partnership if they are to overhaul this score of 250. In comes Tony to bowl to Herbert, and Herbert is forward and plays it into the offside. And Glenfield Griffith looking for a quick single and saying by immediately by Herbert. I'm wondering who's the fitter of the two. That's Griffith.
I can bet on Herbie.
Bet on Herbie?
Yeah.
Griffith looks a bit antsy. What my grandmother would say. Can't keep quiet in the crease. Ooh, that's a real shot. He does not even run. The confidence of the man, Winston Herbert. What? 6 runs.
What?
Winston Herbert.
First 6 of the day, too.
First 6 of the day. Coming off his blade. This is going to be, like you said, Woody, we're in for a good afternoon. If this young man should stay there, the big man.
Yeah, if Herbert sticks around for a little while and these bowlers don't bowl the right lines and right lengths. You're going to see the ball disappear quite regularly. I think one of the people who I'm not sure if he's going to get a bowl this afternoon, but George Harris is also someone who bowls a little bit of spin and may very well come into his zone towards the end of the afternoon and could be a bit of a handful.
Well, when we saw England and Australia play here, we realized that we saw Australia realizing that the pace wasn't what they wanted, and they went immediately to the slow bowlers. That may be something that the Windies Masters may want to have a look at, as we just saw Herbert run this one down to third man for 2, pushes up to 18 for 2. His personal score, he goes up to 9 off of 6 deliveries, and Glenfield Griffith, he is 2 off of 6. So it's turning out to be, or it's looking like it's going to be a very entertaining innings here at the Foursquare Oval, as Tony passes the umpire once more the ball to Herbert, and Herbert is pushing this one onto the off side, and there's no run. And at the end of over
He's going on a cap, and he's looking to go and play the kind of innings that, as I said, would transform the fortunes and the complexion of this game at the moment. Right now, it's all one way, but another bowler, as I said, we've got to look for this afternoon will probably be Emerson Jordan, the former Barbados fast bowler. See if he will bowl some seam already. Bowl. I know he does bowl a bit of slow bowling as well too, so that will also be a bit of intrigue as well. Here's Amin bowling, and this is a good delivery outside the off stump and beating the batsman, pushing outside the off stump. There was Griffith a bit in the dark, and the score kept at 18 for 2 in over number 6 of the Invitation 11 reply. This is a big man cricket over 60s, as Griffith hits this one in the air and he's out, caught by Gibbons. A delivery outside the off stump, looking to play through the offside, and the ball peeled off a thickish outside edge, flew in the air towards backward point, and Gibbons, a sure-handed fielder, he's really a wicket keeper by upbringing, Jefferson Gibbons, but on this occasion, fielding that backward point, took the catch, and so there goes Griffith, and the Invitation 11 suffer a further setback. They're now 18 for 3 in over number 6.
Well, they're looking to make this game a lot harder than it already is for them in the Invitational 11 already. 18 for 3, chasing 251 for victory. This is going to be an uphill battle. The new man going out, Dave Ramdan, in the number 27 jersey. 18 for 3.
Yeah, delivery outside the off stump, and there was Griffith maybe trying to force it through the offside. Maybe got a bit of an extra bounce and didn't negotiate the bounce outside the off stump. Well, he did for the ball, peeling off the thickish outside edge and flying into Gibbons, and he held a good catch. And so another setback there for the Invitation 11. Let me just remind you of what transpired earlier. The West Indies Masters won the toss, chose to bat, and got up to 250 for 5 in their 45 overs. The top score coming from the former Trinidad and Tobago pacer Richard Suchan. He made a top score of 54. Roy Singh made 48. Jefferson Gibbons made 42. George Harris made 39. And Keith Lawrence made 23. 250 for 5 in that total. The total of the West Indies Masters after they decided that they would bat earlier today. So the pitch has been in, no devils in the pitch or anything. It's just a matter of whether you can put your head down and bat. But I think the scoreboard pressure more than anything will definitely tell on the Invitation 11 here as they chase 251 for victory. So here's the left arm spinner Amin between the umpire and the stumps and bowling, and there's Ramdan digging out a delivery of foolish length and can't score. It remains at 18 for 3. So a big challenge here for the Invitational 11. Already had a victory earlier today from Australia. As this one rats the bats on a pad, and a bit of a good delivery there from Amin. They'll come back for the second run now. Not sure if he got an edge. Let's see if there was any. Let's see if there's any signal from the umpire. I didn't see a signal from the umpire. So he got an edge and fielded in at slip. Wasn't able to hold on. And so Ramdan gets off the mark in fortuitous circumstances. Here is Ramdan coming onto the front foot and strokes his delivery out towards extra cover. No run. It's kept at 20 for 3. Ramdan there on 2 and Herbert on 9. Here's Amin between the umpire and the stumps, bowling around the wicket to Ramdan, who's beaten by a delivery with good line, good length, good pace as well on it. Left arm slow bowler, but he's certainly pushing it through. And very wily character, Zamin Amin. He's been around and played cricket obviously in the United States for a very long time, and has done pretty well for himself in the matches around the United States. And so coming out here in the Caribbean and showing that experience as an over 60. So at the moment it's 20 for 3, 6 overs gone.
Yeah, indeed. Well, they need him to use that experience here. He's there with Winston Herbert. He's a good campaigner, like you said, Woody. Made a name for himself all around the world. And they'll need the two of these batsmen now to cash in. It's a fairly big pasture playing field. And they'll need to use the full width of the field to get the ones and twos here, and also to pick up the boundaries, because Winston Herbert has shown that he can go the full distance if needs be.
I hope not putting the mockers on the West Indies Masters, as we see a bowling change here. Matara is coming on to bowl to Herbert, left arm spinner, and Herbert is forward and pushing into the offside. Will get a run to go into double figures. He's on 10, and it's 21 for 3. Abdul Samad Matara, and I just wanted to say that so far we've had 6 overs, and you haven't had any extras from the West Indies Masters. Remember, there were 24 wides bowled by the Invitational 11, something that they will have to certainly sit down and look at as they go forward with their remaining matches in the tournament.
I think they had something like 5 wides in one particular over.
Something like
in
that.
the day.
So that's something that they will definitely have to examine and try to do better. Here's Matara bowling, and the batsman Ramdan plays it out into the mid-wicket region where it's fielded by the West Indies Masters captain Singh, and there's no run. Matara, left arm around the wicket, bowls to Ramdan, who's playing down to the offside, looking for the run. No, nothing ventured, nothing gained. Score remains at 21 for 3.
So just an update in the match there between Guyana and Barbados. Guyana 74 for 2. Oh,
back here, delivery down the leg side and wide signal by the umpire as Motaro just drifting down the leg side. As I said, didn't want to put the markers on them, and he did. So there we have it, the first extra of the innings, and of course, it is a wide. Here is Motaro bowling outside the off step. Ramdan looking to cut, makes no contact, taken by the keeper. It remains at 22 for 3. We're in over number 7. As you watch Matara, left arm around the wicket bowling, and there is the thickish outside edge. Ramdan being caught at backward point, and the Invitational 11 lose their 4th wicket, with Ramdan being going caught, not able to pick out who the fielder was there at that backward point position. But a wicket there from Motara, and the Ramdan goes for 2, and it's now 22 for 4 in over number 7.
22 for 3. 22
4.
22 for 4, sorry. 22 for 4. Invitation 11. And all types of problems here. I'm not sure which direction they're looking to go here. Losing these wickets so far could only be downward from here. But they need to get a partnership going. Still really early days in this innings. No need to rush, but they really need to get that partnership rolling on. They still have Winston Herbert there who can hit it fairways, but he will need a partner. He will need someone to stay with him, as he has a very long discussion with the coming out. Who's that going in there?
That's Collymore, who's just gone out. Carlton Collymore.
Carlton Collymore. Well, he'll need to stay there with Winston Herbert. 22 for 4, Carlton Collymore, the new batsman. We're in over number 7. In comes Motara to both Collymore. And Collymore looking immediately to heave this one up and over cover. It got the inner part of the bat, trickles onto the leg side. And at the end of over number 7, the score 22 for the loss of 4.
So, again, this shaky start continues here for the Invitational 11. They'll have an uphill battle to try to win it. But at least what they'll want to be able to do is keep up appearances, as the name of that television show we know so well, with Mrs. Bouquet. And so they'll want to keep up appearances, and at least, even if they could, even if they lose, make sure that they at least score 150 or 100, but at least less. They're not beaten them more than 100 runs. That's what the target will certainly be, not to be beaten by more than 100 runs. That's what they don't want to do. As we watch Amin between the umpires, that's balls to Herbert, who drives, delightful looking shot through extra cover. That'll be 4. Well, that's a shot of class, and that just shows you the ability of the man. The delivery of fullish length, and he was equal to it, coming onto the front foot and stroking it beautifully through extra cover for 4. So that's a really fine shot there by Herbert. He's got those kinds of shots in his repertoire. Could certainly play all around the wicket. Remember him making a blistering 100 in club cricket one Saturday afternoon, and it's a really fine stroke. And that's when the BCL used to play, had a team in the first division, and they were a boss club. Had players like Rodney Braffett brothers, Rommel and Donville. They had Herbert, Carl Chapman. As Herbert comes onto the front foot, plays defensively into the offside, and can't score it. Skipped at 26 for 4. You had people like Noel Brooms, a former Barbados left-arm spinner. The late Tyrone Greenwich. I think it's called Squidley. As you watch, bowling to Herbert, who drives inside out. Ball peels off the outer portion of the bat, and will run away to backward point boundary for 4. A good shot there by Herbert. Didn't really try to keep it down. He knew exactly what he was trying to do, to go over the top, and recognizing that the field is up, was able to hit it over the top and get a boundary towards the backward point region for 4. He's now up to 18, and the total up to 30 for 4. So a bit of a thump for Amin at the moment. He would have started off very strongly, but Herbert is a different kettle of fish.
Looks very good. A lot of shots in his arsenal.
Here is Amin bowling a delivery that took a year and a half to get to Herbert, using the pace really well. Didn't give it a lot of energy. Didn't try to generate too many revolutions on the ball there. Amin and Herbert, you could only just push it onto the offside. Here is Amin again bowling Herbert. Leaves alone outside the off stump. Maybe looking at the umpire for a bit of disappointment. Hope that he might have gone under wide call, but not wide enough in the opinion of the umpire. As Amin is in again, bowls to Herbert, who's forward, playing defensively. Bat and pad close together. No run. The end of the over. Pretty expensive over, but also a pretty expensive over there from Amin. But at the moment, the Invitational 11 under pressure at 30 for 4 after 8 overs.
Yes, please. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Big Man Cricket over 6 seas. It's playing right here in Barbados, here in the south of the island at the Foursquare Oval, just below 6 roads. And this tournament is brought to you compliments of Blue Waters, BTMI, Atlantic Marketing, and Beijing Vending. Thank you to the sponsors for coming on board. 2 teams doing battlefield today. We have the West Indies and we have the Invitational 11.
So lovely conditions here now. It's a very bright sunny afternoon. Typical Caribbean day at this time of the year. It's crystal clear. Some clouds high above, but none threatening at the moment. Sort of day that if you had a boat, you'd want to go on it, Ellie.
Fishing.
Yeah, fishing.
You're a fisherman?
No, just even if it's just for leisure, just to be on the water. Here's the delivery on line of the leg stump. Turned out to mid wicket by Kalima. A single there as Gibbons was onto it quickly, but didn't take it up. And in the end, the batsman threw for the run. So Kalima is off the mark, and Herbert is there on 18, and it's 31 for 4. And we're into over number 10. So another aircraft takes off from Grantley Adams International. Very busy day for the aircraft at Grantley Adams.
Hope they bring lots of people to the island, Woody.
I hope so too. I know someone else who will hope so as well. But our producers warned me.
He the warning then. He the warning.
Here is Batara bowling to Herbert, who's onto the front foot and pushing the ball into the offside, no run. But let's remember the BTMI is a sponsor, so we have to. Yeah, so the BTMI are very happy that tourists are coming to the island, visitors are coming. They're piling into Barbados. Here is Matara bowling to Herbert, who's coming onto the front foot again and playing defensively. No run. And by extension, the lady in red would also be very happy. Would be very happy to know that the visitors are flocking to the land of the flying fish. And another one taking off as well, too. It's a very busy afternoon. A delivery that forces Herbert onto the back foot and he places it away towards mid-wicket. Can't score, finds singing the way. And the score kept at 31 for 4. And over number 10, Matara bowling, left arm spinner round the wicket to right-handed Herbert. Delivery outside the line of the off stump, a little bit wide, and Herbert looks a little bit curiously down at Tremaine Prescott, but umpire Prescott thought that was pretty much within the tram lines, so no harm done as Matara bowls to Herbert, who's onto the back foot and strokes this one square into the offside. A good pickup there by Amin and sends a underarm return to the wicket keeper, but Herbert is through for the run, and that takes him now up to 19. And after 10 overs, the Invitation 11 chasing 251 for victory. They are now 32 for 4, and that's the latest score from Foursquare Oval, with Winston Herbert there on 19 and Carlton Collima on 1. And it will be Ellie to continue the commentary.
32 for 4. 32 for 4, ladies and gentlemen. A lovely day for cricket. Picture it if you can. You're listening in a lovely sunny day. Couple clouds, but like what he said, nothing to worry about. The wind is blowing, birds are chirping, and cricket is going on right here at the Foursquare Oval. If you have a picnic basket, you can find a nice tree to shade under and just relax. A good game is on. 251 to require for victory. The Invitational 11 They are 32 for 4. Winston Herbert at the crease. And he will be leading the charge, trying to get his team over the line. Now the ball is none other than Zamin Amin into both of Herbert, and Herbert's on the front foot. Plays it back on the pitch, and there's no run. Well, they've pushed the man now deep mid-wicket, just to keep Herbert in check, just to let him know that he won't be able to do as he likes here with Amin. In he comes, passes the umpire to bolt to Herbert. Herbert is leaving this one alone, and he looks back at the umpire as if to say, you're not going to signal that? And the umpire keeps his hand folded, so he wouldn't get it. He'll have to go again. 32 for 4. We're in over number 10, being bowled by Amin, and he's leaving this one alone. He's leaving this one alone, is Winston Herbert. In comes again, to both Herbert, and he plays one into the leg side. Well, that shot now has been taken away from Herbert now. He won't go unless he's very sure, because he'll be going into the wind. Also the bigger side of the ground as well, because of the deep mid-wicket. And in order, I guess that's what the conversation there will be about as well. Because if he's going to go, he'll have to be very sure that side over there, deep mid-wicket. Patrol, but they have a one man over there, and also a man in at mid-wicket. So Zamin putting it down just on middle of the leg and inviting Herbert. If you want to go, you can, but just beware of the man I have out deep is what Amin is saying to him. And he'll come again, and Herbert is contented to show the face of the bat. Made in Barbados is the label that you can see. And the score will remain on 32 for 4. 32 for 4. In comes Amin again to bowl Herbert, and Herbert again contented to show the label. Well, the cameraman will be picking up that label from here. And at the end of over number 10, 32 for the loss of 4.
A minute there from Zamin Amin, and a really, again, just taking control of the proceedings here at the West Indies Masters as they continue to boss this game. 32 for 4 after 11 overs. Remember, the target is 200. 10 overs it is? Oh, it's 32 for 4. I remember the West Indies Masters scored 251 for 5 from their 45 overs. So that's the target, 251. So there's a lot of work here for the Invitation 11 Masters. But with bowlers like Amin and Motara bowling very steadily, it's going to be a long afternoon for the Invitation 11 if they're going to get anywhere close to their target.
Well, they've now made a very big mountain. It was to begin with. I'm not suggesting it wasn't. But if ever there was a time to climb it, now would be the time. 32 for 4. They have all of 35 overs to go. As we just see this one being flicked in the leg side by Cullimore. And they'll come back for 2. Screaming, going to the bowler's end. Go to the bowler's end is the scream coming from the captain. And they will only get 2. As we see Singh with the ball, the number 11 jersey, right there in mid-wicket. As my grand used to say, he's very antsy in the field. Singh, captain. In comes Batara once more to bowl to Carlton Cullimore. Cullimore looking to work one into the leg side, and he did not get a hold of it. Just hit him on the body and went into the offside, and there is no run. 34 for 4 as the ball is back with Matara. In he comes again, the pass the umpire to bowl up to Cullimore. Cullimore gets a foolish delivery that he's looking to swing into the leg side, gets a bit of it. Didn't get as they would like, but they'll come back for 2 as Cullimore walks. Walks the second one. And that 2 would push them up to 36. 36 for 4. If you're just tuning in, it's the West Indies Masters 11. They're up against the Invitational Masters 11 here at the Foursquare Oval. And this is the big man cricket over 60s. In coming Matara to bowl Cullimore. And Cullimore is playing this one back down the pitch, and there is no run. They need 251 for victory. They're 36 for 4. Can they get up there? Well, your guess is as good as mine. As the ball is back with Matara, departs from his marker now, passes the umpire. So ball up to Cullimore. Cullimore works it in the legs, and they'll come for a cheeky single, and they'll get it in the end. And at the end of over number 11, chasing 251 for victory. Invitation 11, they're 37 for the loss of 4. Herbert signaling for water.
Well, yeah, well, it's getting very hot out there now. The sun is steaming down, and as it drops towards the western horizon, so it will get a little bit hot. It's the time of day, as I said, in Barbados, where it can become a bit uncomfortable, especially when you're playing cricket that starts at 9:30 in the morning, and the fielders begin to feel it, and also to those of us in the stands, or in the pavilion, you also begin to feel it too. And there's something called ethnic fatigue, which may very well set in.
I hope that's not the case. That will not be the case here, already.
If you and let me tell you, if you haven't had a good night's sleep, well, let me tell you, it could very well spell trouble for you.
In comes to bowl to Cullimore. Cullimore gets one down the leg side. A wide signal by the umpire. A wide signal by the umpire. So one more. We saw Amelia waving off her hand there to the ump. As they come again to bowl Cullimore. Cullimore, he was in position about a good 2 seconds before the ball got there. 38 for 4. We're over number 12. Being bowled by Zamin Amin from the Vastberts Drake's end. In he comes again, about 3 steps to bowl to Cullimore. Cullimore is, almost chopped in it on. Almost chopped it on. 38 for 4. 38 for 4. West Indies versus Invitational 11 here at Foursquare Oval. And again, Cullimore looking to swing as well. He's bowled. So Cullimore goes. Zamin gets his man. Invitational 11 in further trouble. 38 for 5.
Well, never know. It seems don't mean me very well have a early afternoon here at Ellie, losing the Invitation 11, losing their 5th wicket. But remember, this is all good fun for these guys. They are just trying to relive past glories, and at this moment, the West Indies Masters in control, playing very well here, and Cullimore going for 6 as the new batsman Colin Cox makes his way out, and it'll be interesting to see how the rest of the afternoon unfolds here for the Invitation 11. But certainly they're always going to be up against it, and we are seeing not only them crumbling under the pressure of decent bowling, but also the scoreboard pressure put on early in the day by the West Indies Masters.
Well, you see the big man Colin Cox with the number 1. He has Bajan 1 on his jersey, Woody. Is that to suggest he's the number 1 Bajan in this team?
Well, perhaps he may be Colin Cox, but we'll see if he can perform like a good old Bajan cricketer and play a blind of innings. He's a left-hander. Let's see if he can bat as well and show us a bit of of let's say someone like Sir Garfield Sorbers, or have I gone too high?
Colin Cox. Colin Cox. Well, the man at the other end, Winston Herbert, seems to be running out of partners. He's trying his best to keep his team together. But at the other end, he's leaking wickets. 38 for 5, ladies and gentlemen. That is the latest score here at Pickwick. The Foursquare Oval, the home of the Pickwick Cricket Club. A lovely field. If you're streaming with us, you can see how lovely the field is. The sun is out in all of its glory, yes, but they're being hydrated by blue waters, so not too much to worry about. They have all the time in the world to overhaul this score, but the issue with the Invitational 11 that they're facing is that they are losing wickets, and regularly. 5 wickets down now, chasing 251. This is going to be a very big ask. To Cox, and down the leg side, a wide signal by the umpire, and rightly so. So one more added to the score to push it up to 39. 39 for 5. Invitational 11. Can you get these runs? In. Comes Cox leave this one alone. And there is no run. Remember that we are back here on Friday, my apologies. We're back here on Friday at 9:30. A wide signal by the umpire again. And that would push it up to 40. 40 for 5. As I get ready to talk about these games on Friday. And Friday's game, on Thursday, my apologies. No, Friday? Yes, sorry. Friday is the next game. We have West Indies versus the rest of the world at Wanderers. We have Australia versus the USA at Pickwick, and Invitation 11 versus England at the Barbados National Oil Company. All games to start at 9:30 a.m. So stay tuned for those games on Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Just to give you a rundown again, West Indies versus rest of the world at Wanderers, Australia versus the USA at Pickwick, which is here, and we have the Invitational 11 versus England at the Barbados National Oil Company. All games to start at 9:30. So the end of the 12th we just saw, and at the end of 12:42 for the loss of 5. 42 for the loss of 5 at the end of 12. 2 men out in the middle for the Invitational 11, Colin Cox and Winston Herbert. Herbert, he's on 19 off 25, and Cox is yet to get off the mark.
This is the 12th.
Motara to continue from the alphabetical end, and he'll be bowling up to Herbert, who's on 19 off of 25 deliveries. In he comes to bowl to Herbert. Herbert's forward and playing forward to it, back in the pitch, and then he suggested that he should have gone with it over square leg. We'll see if he gets another one of those, what he'll do. As he settles over his blade, turns like top of his mark, now is Motara, departs from it, passes the umpire to bowl to Herbert. And Herbert is forward and plays it into the offside, and there's no run. We're in the 13th over, 42 for 5. Motara, in he comes to both Herbert. Herbert plays, gets a foolish delivery that he plays out to long off, and they'll come back for two quite comfortably. Good return as well, but not out, says the umpire. So two more added to the score, 44 for 5. 44 for 5. We're in over number 13. Herbert, 21 off 28. Colin Cox yet to get off the mark. He's faced some 3 deliveries so far, Colin Cox. In comes Matara to both Herbert again. And playing the patient game. It keeps running out of partners. I don't know how much longer he can remain patient. Chasing 251 for victory is a big ask. It is a big round, but you'll have to get someone to take some pressure off of him as he comes forward and plays this one into the offside again.
Well, there are a couple of things that probably will be in Herbert's mind. One, try to bat all 45 overs. Two, he may very well at this stage choose personal achievement and maybe try and get a 50 or so.
In comes Matara once more. Pass the umpire, both Herbert. Herbert forward again and playing it out to the Amin, looks like, in the cover region. And they'll get 1. So Herbert will keep the strike 44 for 5 at the end of 13 overs.
Yeah, so as I was saying, yeah, he'll want to probably concentrate on maybe just trying to bat through the innings, and maybe if anything, if there's anybody going to be last man out, probably be him or somewhere. He'll probably want to be out 8th, 9th, or 10th. He wouldn't want to just come and give it away. So he'll probably just look to either come not out or bat and try, as I said, if he's going to be dismissed, be either wicket number 8, 9, or 10, and most importantly, try to see if he can go for personal achievement in terms of maybe getting a 50 or so. But so far he's got the top score, and I think he will continue to be the one to lead the way, and it'll be interesting to see how far he goes and what his approach will be the rest of the way.
Prem Singh, the new bowler, into the attack. He's spread the field a bit. He has a short third man, a man at deep backward point. He also has a deep cover, a wide long off, a long on, a mid wicket, a deep mid wicket, and a man at backward square. That is the field employed by Prem Singh here at the Foursquare Oval. Left arm spin. In he comes to Walter Herbert. A wide signal by the umpire. So 1 more added to the score. 44 for 5. 44 for 5. In comes Singh to both Herbert, and Herbert had to wait at least 2 seconds for that ball to come onto the bat. He was forward and then he had to wait. 45 for 5. 45 for 5. Ball back with Singh. In he comes to bowl up to Herbert. Herbert gets 1. Oh. Deceived in flight was Herbert. So here was Herbert coming onto the front foot, looking to play one. He was waiting to just get a feeling on it, and it just went past the outer part of the bat. In he comes again to both Herbert. Herbert's back stands tall this time and playing it into the offside, and the man from cover would come around, collect it, and there's no run. $45 for 5. And he comes again. Oh. Slow its delivery. So Singh has taken all of the pace off of the ball. There's absolutely no pace. So much so that it is now Herbert coming forward and waiting about a half second or so for it to get to the bat. And he comes again. Herbert this time is back. He's ever watchful. He's not rushing it. Taking his time, watching the ball, and playing it on its merit. How long can he keep this up? That is the question that I guess his teammates will be wondering. But if you want to stay there for them, tosses this one up tosses this one up, is saying, and at the end of the 14th over, 45 for the loss of 5.
So again, Herbert just being very respectful, very circumspect as he makes his approach as he continues on with this innings here. And he would want to, as I said, continue to anchor this innings and see how far he can take this run chase, how deep he can go into this run chase.
Well, Matara to pick it up. Well, not to pick it up, well, to continue really from the Alpha Bethel end. As you see right down in front of the commentary booth, Sushan scored a brilliant 54 for his team. Rolling back the years. You heard what he's speaking about that game against Barbados they played. And it had to be a very outstanding one for Woody to remember it. 45 for 5. Ball back with Matara. In he comes, passes the umpire to ball up to the Bajan one, who's Colin Cox, the left-handed batsman, and he's on the front foot and plays it back down the pitch. And there's no run. Remember, they're chasing 251 for victory. It's a 45 over affair. In comes Matara, tossing this one, teasing Cox to do as he likes with the ball. He's putting it down on a good length, and he's asking Cox to come and give it a whack, if you want to call it that. Where would he put it? Well, only he would know. In he comes again to Water Cox, and Cox again, ever watchful, and playing it on its merit. I think he could have pushed it through the covers. 45 for 5. We're over number 15 in the southern part of Barbados, St. Philip to be exact. In he comes again to bowl to Cox, and Cox plays this onto the offside, and there is no run. Patience is the key here. But you must have a plan. You must have an idea at what point you're going to press the gas pedal. In comes Matara again to bowl the Cox, and Cox leaves this one alone, and there is no run. We're in the 15th over. One legal delivery to complete the 15th.
Well, I don't think it will be anytime soon. That's the truth. Not at this stage at 45 for 5 in the 15th.
Have to be ever watchful, ever careful. In comes Matara to bowl up to Cox, and Cox going out to long on. Went the aerial route. 2 bounces, and long on will come in and collect it. And at the end of over number 15, chasing 251 for victory. Invitational 11, they are 46 for the loss of 5.
Yeah, so the struggle continues really for the Invitation 11 as we have a Blue Waters water break right now, as the two teams, the players in the two teams will seek to refresh themselves, the batsmen in occupation and also the fielders. Let's just go through what has taken place so far for the day. We remind you that the West Indies Masters won the toss and chose to bat, and they made 250 for 5 from 45 overs, with George Harris getting 39, Keith Lawrence 23, Jefferson Gibbons 42, Roy Singh 48, Richard Suchan 54, Zamin Amin was not out on 5, and Emerson Jordan, the former Barbados pacer, was not out on 5. There were 34 extras in that total of 250 for 5. There were 28 wide, something that the Invitation 11 will certainly have to consider as they go forward in this tournament. For the Invitation 11, Herbert, none for 16 from 3. Cox, none for 34 from 6. Kaliman, none for 25 from 3. Gandhi, 1 for 49 from 7. Sihut, none for 18 from 2. Ramdan, 1 for 26 from 9. Patel, 1 for 36 from 9. Barrow, none for 18 from 3. And Griffith, 1 for 23 from 3. They were the bowlers used. In reply, the Invitation 11 at the first drinks break in the innings, 15 overs gone. They're 46 for 5. Parmar, he went for 4. It's Kritsin Parma, he went for 4. Janat Patel, the captain, for 3. Glenfield Griffith for 2. Herbert is there, not out on 21. Dave Ramdan went for 2. Carlton Cullima went for 6. And Colin Cox is there, not out on 1. There are 7 extras, all wides, in a total of 46 for 5 from 15 overs. So far for the West Indies Masters, Boyk 1 for 15 from 3. Amin 3 for 18 from 6. Motara, Abdul Samad Motara 1 for 12 from 5. And Prem Dionarain Singh 1 for 6 from 1. They have been the bowlers used. So that's you've been brought right up to date with what has taken place so far today. The Invitation 11 chasing 251 for victory. They're 46 for 5 after 15 overs, and we are at drinks. So we've had a resumption here after the drinks interval with that's Cox playing a very lovely shot down to the fine leg boundary. Launches here for the fielder, and that will be 2 runs there for Cox. So 2 more runs. So Cox is moving on as the score now rolls up to 48 for 5 in over number 16. So this is going to be interesting to see over this next phase of the game, the next 15 overs until the next drinks break. Remember, you play 45 overs aside. How the Invitation 11 performs as Cox attempts another paddle sweep, makes no contact. A ball striking him on the pad, a stifled appeal from the close infielders, and it remains at 48 for 5. Cox there on 3. Hits this one firmly back up the pitch to the bowler. Can't score. Herbert there on 21, 48 for 5. So at least they'll be hoping that they can cross that 50-run mark, which they should easily. And here he is down the pitch and swings high over wideish long on. That will be 6. The second 6 of the day. Well, the West Indies Masters scored a big total, but they didn't hit the big shots. As this is a 6 here for Kotsuno, goes on to 9 and takes the Invitational 11 over the 50-run mark. 54 for 5 in over number 16. So they'll be happy that they've gotten at least cleared that minimum hurdle. They don't want to be dismissed like is it the USA who the rest of the world today who were bowled out for less than 50. As the Cox goes onto the back foot and slaps the delivery out towards wideish long off. Will get a single. And that was the lowest score for the tournament, I'm told. As Cox goes into double figures, he's on 10. And at the end of the 16th over, it's 55 for 5. The Invitational 11 as they chase 251 for victory here at the Foursquare Oval in sunny Barbados. If you happen to be in some place in the northern climates and you're watching this web stream and you're in, it's a bit chilly where you are, maybe in Toronto or someplace like New York or any place else where the weather is not as kind. I'm sorry to say, no one sent you. No one said, come live up there. You could stay right here with us and be enjoying this similar weather. Oh no, I'm just being a bit mischievous. Yeah, it's very lovely weather here today, the time of year that sometimes we enjoy, because as much as the days can be quite a bit warm, you also got at the nights and it gets very chilly, and there are also some very good cooling breezes blowing across the island during the day. Delivery coming off the pad. No run there for Cox. He remains on 9. It's still 55 for 5. Another delivery on the line of the leg stump and clipped off the pads by the batsman, but straight to the fielder. And the score remains at 55 for 5. We're in over number 17 of the Invitation 11 response. They're chasing 251 for victory. Here is Cox pushing into the offside. Will get a single as the fielder comes in, but can't prevent the possibility of a run. And the score goes up now to 56 for 5 as Cox rolls up to 11. As we see some adjustments to the field now to accommodate the right-handed Winston Herbert, who's there on 21. He's not had a lot of the strike in recent overs. It's really been a lot of Colin Cox. He's been the one who's been taking most of the strike. And now let's see how Herbert, if he continues to strike the ball well. Here is Matara bowling to Herbert, who's forward, and the ball takes a inner portion of the bat and goes out towards backwards, square-legged, and the batsman cross for a run. Takes him now up to 22, Herbert, and the total up to 57 for 5 in over number 17. Said we're here at the Foursquare Oval in the southeastern parish of St. Philip in the island of Barbados. As Matara bowls and Cox drives back up along the offside of the pitch. The bowler skips across and uses his boot to prevent the ball from going too far. And the score kept at 57 for 5. Just outside of era that is slowly building up to be the newest tongue in Barbados, as Cox plays the ball back to the bowler. No run, the end of over number 17, 57-5. Just outside, the ground is just outside on the outskirts of the Six Roads area here in St. Philip in Barbados. Six Roads is slowly, gradually becoming a town, and lots of infrastructural development. And one of the latest will be a very popular fast food restaurant, which should be not too far away from the what we will call the city centre or the town centre, but a very lively area. It's certainly a burgeoning area, and the surround is certainly grown in stature over the last few years as some development taking place, residential units being built around the town centre, and that has certainly seen the area develop very nicely, and the addition of the Foursquare Oval has also been part of that infrastructural development. Right next door to the Foursquare Rum Factory, as you watch one, that will probably that's a delivery there, which from Prem Singh. More you think that he maybe had a swig of what they're manufacturing next door in the rum factory. Here's Singh, another wide and a delivery from Singh. 2 straight wide deliveries, and so the extras now move up to 9, and a total up to 59 for 5. We're in over number 18 as Singh bowls, and here is Herbert having to be very watchful, very patient. Ball given generous ear and very slow through the air, and Herbert deciding that he will not drown in the syrup, even though, again, as I said, he's surrounded by a rum factory, and there'll be lots of molasses, and he swings this one away now behind square and into the boundary for 4. A nice looking shot from Herbert that takes him along to 26 and takes the Invitational 11 up to 63 for 5. Yeah, so you know that they use molasses to make rum, but certainly I don't think that Herbert would be looking to be drowned in the molasses. And you know there's cane fields surrounding, but he wouldn't want to as it be drowned in the sweets, as they would say here in Barbados. A sugar truck running down a hill. So lots of work here for him to do, to try to at least make a fist of it and bring some respectability even to the innings after they really stumbled early, losing 5 wickets for 38 within the first 12 overs. The Invitation 11 losing their wickets 7, 18, 22 and 38. Here is Singh giving this one generous ear, and outside the off stump, Herbert doesn't offer a stroke, and he curiously looks at the umpire, and the umpire looks back at him, and Jefferson Gibbons goes up from behind the stumps and brushes away something. Singh bowling again outside the off stump, and this time the umpire signals wide. All in good fun. So another wide. So you've got 10 extras now in that total of 64 for 5. As you watch Singh giving us one even more air outside the off stump. That certainly would have caused some trouble to a few batsmen, local batsmen. That one's given tremendous air, had tremendous loop. Here is Singh again. Another delivery, but this time another wide. Yes, that one was definitely wide outside the off stump. And the extras now increased to 11. So he's just been very generous with the wides. After earlier I had said that they'd been very disciplined. So 11 wide so far in the innings. And the total now goes up to 65 for 5. And some of the Invitation 11 players in the pavilion shouting that we're playing on the pitch we're playing, not on in one adjacent. Here is Singh bowling to Herbert, who is just fanning at a slower delivery outside the off stump, and no runs scored, and he's kept on 26, and it's 65 for 5. Here's Singh again between the umpire and the stumps and bowling, and Herbert is forward playing bat and pad very close together in the approved fashion. And Gibbons comes up from behind the stumps, picks up no run. The end of the over, at the end of it, the Invitational 11 chasing 251 for victory. They're now 65 for 5.
It's going to be very interesting to see how long Herbert can hold out. As we saw him there, he left the first 4 alone, and then the 5th one, he tried to dab at it, and the ball just going past the outer part of the bat. It's going to be very, very interesting. 65 for 5. Invitational 11 chasing 251 for victory. Gonna be very interesting indeed. Very, very interesting.
I was having a bit of a conference to determine what the next move is. So we wait and see who Singh will decide to bring into the attack. We haven't seen Richard Suchan as yet. We haven't seen Emerson Jordan.
That's me. I manufacture the uniforms.
And it will be Emerson Jordan. And he plays for Wildy in the local club competition. And Wildy happened to be the champions of the elite division, the top division in Barbados club cricket in 2022. And so Emerson Jordan plays for that club. He formerly used to play for Maple, on the club on the west coast of the island, on the very west coast, in the heart of Whole Town, one of the other major commercial areas in Barbados. And he then transferred over years. Maple have sort of kind of lost their way, and now he's moved to Wildy. And I think he also played for, maybe also played a few matches for BNOC as well too, in the domestic club competition. But certainly looking to do well here, former Barbados pace, as I said. And he can also bowl when he's ready. He can also bowl a bit of an off spin. And as I mentioned earlier, had one stage he saw him knock over Phil Simmons, former West Indies coach. As we watch Jordan off a short approach and bowling now, a delivery which seams away from the left-handed Cox and into the gloves of Gibbons behind the stumps, and the score kept at 65 for 5 in over number 19. So Jordan is his sister. For those of you who may be following in Trinidad, his sister is actually the editor-in-chief of the Trinidad Guardian newspaper. Sister Kiamar Jordan. This delivery brings the batsman onto the front foot, plays defensively, square to the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, she was formerly with the Jamaica Gleaner, editor-in-chief at the Jamaica Gleaner, and then left there. Now she's in Trinidad and doing very well for herself. Here he is, Jordan, around the wicket, bowling to the left-handed. So the big drive, the ball peels off the outside edge of the bat and goes away towards third man. They'll get a single as Cox now goes up to 12 and a total up to 66 for 5 in over number 19. And this would be interesting now to see how Winston Herbert deals with Emerson Jordan. They would have met playing Division 1, as it used to be called, the top division in Barbados club cricket. They would have met years back when Emerson would have played for Maple and Winston would have played for the BCL. And it will be interesting now to see the stage of their lives, the battle that will ensue between the two. I'll probably have to ask old Herbie and also ask Emerson, if they had any famous battles. Jordan was a very sharp bowler in his youth, and can get it to lift practically from off a goodish length. I mean, he's not a very tall man. He's in again, bowling to Herbert, who's in behind it. As that you can see, he still seems to have a bit of pace, certainly for someone of his age and playing this level of the game. Still seem to have a bit of pace behind, some bit of heat. Pickwick Cricket Club also happens to be the club of Tino Bess, who still boasts that he's probably the fastest bowler in Barbados. Here is Jordan bowling to Herbert, delivery of fullish length, and Herbert plays it back up the pitch, no run. Scorer Amelia Crick, she's the scorer for the Pickwick Cricket Club, as she's there smiling. I think spoke about Tino because she knows Tino could be a bit of a handful, but good old Tino, good character to have around the game. Here's Jordan bowling, and Herbert attempts to swing, doesn't get a hold of it well, just eluding the the scrambling field at the backward square position, and the batsman will cross for 2. So that will take Herbert along now to 28 and will carry the Invitational 11 up to 68 for 5 in over number 19. Or is that, sorry, that's the end of over number 19, I should say. So 19 overs gone, 68 for 5 with Herbert there on 28. Cox is on 12, reminding you that the Invitational 11 lost Critson Palmer for 4, Janat Patel for 3, Glenfield Griffith for 2, Dave Ramdan for 2, and Carlton Collymore for 6. So far, Zamin Amin has been the main destroyer, picking up 3 for 18 from his 6 overs of left arm spin, a wicket apiece to Tony Boyk and Abdul Samad Mutara. So that's the way things have unfolded so far in the Invitational 11 innings. So that is in reply to the West Indies Masters total of 250 for 5. So the target is 251. And for the West Indies Masters, Richard Suchan, the former Trinidad and Tobago pacer, got the top score of 54. Roy Singh got 48. Jefferson Gibbons got 42. George Harris got 39. And Keith Lawrence got 23. In that total of 250 for 5. It will be Matara, it looks like, to continue from the Vaspert Drake's end, or the southern end of the ground, as he's bowling over the wicket now to the left-handed Cox. The wrapped on the pad, appeal for LBW, not out, says the umpire, as the ball squirts out into the onside, and score kept at 68 for 5. Look across the landscape across the way over that side. On the far side, they'll call over there Hope Field, as the Cox is onto the front foot and playing defensively into the offside, no run. Over on this side of the road, as you can see the vehicles passing on this side of the road, we'll call over here Foursquare. On the far side, I suggest they'll probably call over there Hope Field. As we watch now, he's bowling there Matara, and an attempted lofted drive there from Cox, but makes no contact, and the score kept at 68 for 5. This one, as I said, a lot of work here to be done by the Invitational 11. As you watch Matara bowling to Cox on the line of the off stump, it would look like, and he comes onto the front foot and pushes into the onside and can't score. It's kept on 68 for 5. We are in the 20th over, as here is Cox steering this ball away towards the third man region. Can't score, finds the field in the way. It remains at 68 for 2. Cox is there on 12. So one ball to go in this over from Matara. It's been a tidy over so far from the left arm spinner. No runs have come from it, I don't think, so far. So he'll be looking to finish strongly here and complete the maiden. Here he is, over the wicket, bowling to Cox, and he completes the maiden, Matara, as you come to the end of the 20th over with the Invitational 11 chasing 251 for victory. They're now 68 for 5 with Cox there on 12 and Herbert on 28. And just to let you know that Matara has now bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, and has taken 1 for 14. To further commentary, over to you, Ellie.
68 for 5. Ladies and gentlemen, 251 they require for victory. They're 68 for 5. We are just about to start the 21st over. And Invitational 11. They're up against the West Indies Masters 11. And the man at the crease, Winston Herbert, trying to keep this run chase together. Jordan, in he comes to both Herbert. Herbert leaves this one and lets it go by, taken clean by the keeper. A very tidy line being bowled here by Emerson Jordan. Remember that we have cricket for you on Friday as well. In comes Jordan again to both Herbert, and again he leaves this one and lets it go by. On Friday morning, all games start at 9:30 on Friday morning. Get those games for you in a minute. On Friday morning, in comes Jordan. He comes in to bowl to Herbert. Herbert leaves this one alone. Again, there's no run. So on Friday morning, all games start at 9:30. West Indies versus rest of the world at Wonders. Australia versus USA at Pickwick, which is here. And Invitational 11 versus England at the Barbados National Oil Company. Like I said, all games start at 9:30. And all these games are brought to you compliments of Blue Waters, Atlantic Marketing, Belgium Vending, and BTMI. As you see Jordan into Herbert, and Herbert all in behind it. Gets the inner portion of the bat and trickles onto the leg side. Some back with a square, somewhere back with a square. And they'll come through for 169 for 5. 69 for 5. West Indies versus the Invitational 11. In comes Jordan once more to bowl up to Cox. And Cox is back and trying to stay high on it to ride it down to fine leg. And one is all they will have. 70 for 5. We're in the 21st over being bowled by Emerson Jordan from the half of Bethel in. And we'll see what will they do with these remaining overs. The Invitational 11. In he comes again. The ball Herbert was all in behind it. Looking for a quick single and screaming no was there. It was Cox there saying he's not interested. And at the end of 21, chasing 251 for victory, they are 70 for the loss of 5. So remember, this game would have started this morning at 9:30, and opening the batting for the West Indies Masters would have been Harris and Lawrence, and they gave a very, very solid start to the innings for the West Indies. And to be quite honest with you, it was just a matter then of Harris. No, sorry, not Harris. It was just a matter then of Sushan coming in and keeping the momentum going. We also had the likes of Matara and those going on with it, pushing on the score for West Indies to get up to that Mamba score of 251. So we had the likes, it was Harris and Lawrence giving that foundation, and then Gibbons, Singh, and Sutran coming in and pushing on that score for the West Indies to get them up to that 250 mark. They will, well, here we go. High in the air, out to long off. One bounce to the man at long on. I got excited there for a minute because I really thought he would have gotten under it. But in the end, it will drop short. It will drop short in front of the man coming in from long on, and they would only get a single. You would hear the older guys say that's a long single. Going down to long on. It's a fairly big field. And from my understanding, the Masters, they are accustomed playing on a 50-55 meter field. This one is about 60-65. So the extra meters will play a factor here. In comes Batara. The ball to Herbert. Herbert plays this one into the leg side, and there's no run. 71 for 5. We're in the 22nd over Ball is back with Mortara. Left arm spin from the Vosper Drake side. In he comes. To see if Herbert is leaving this one and letting it go by. Just watching the world go by is Herbert. And there's no run. 71 for 5. If you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, it's the West Indies Masters 11 versus the Invitational 11 Masters. It's the big man cricket over 60s right here in Barbados in the Caribbean. And we're in the southern part of the island. St. Philip to be exact. Just down the road from 6 Roads. Here at the Foursquare Oval. If you're in the island and you manage to hear about it, pop on over and enjoy a good game of cricket. Come with your food. Come. Well, the bar is open so you can be rest assured of a nice old rum and coke. Or you can have some blue waters. You can also have a blue waters malt as well. But at the end of over number 22, 71 for the loss of 5. They're hunting 251. How successful will they be? Well, only time will tell. We saw George Harris got a score of 39. We saw Keith Lawrence 23. Gibbons got 42. Some very significant scores for the West Indies Masters. We saw Roy Singh getting a 48, but the outstanding innings was that of Richard Sushan, that 54. A magnificent innings, keeping it together for the West Indies. And in the end, they would post a mammoth total of 250. 250 for 5. In comes Jordan Watson, passes the umpire to bowl up to Cox, and he was comprehensively beaten. A lovely delivery there. And there's no run. $71 for 5. We're in over number 23. In comes Jordan, passes the umpire to bowl the Cox. Cox struck on the pad. The save would be for LBW umpire saying not out. 71 for 5. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, that round 3 starts on Friday morning at 9:30, and we will be at BNOC Pickwick. Well, I keep saying Pickwick. Foursquare Oval, sorry, and Wonders. I'm going to get my ears ring if I keep this up. You know, the older folk, when they did something continuously, they would ring your ears in Bajan terms. Come, let me ring your ears and say hack As Jordan turns like top of his mark. In he comes, passes the umpire. He's bowling up to Cox. Today Cox is forward and beaten, not taken cleanly by the keeper, and there is no run. 71 for 5. They're chasing 251 for victory. Is it still possible? We will have to wait and see. Going into the evening part of the day. 23rd over being bowled by Jordan. In he comes to bowl up to Cox, and Cox gives a slight chip. It's about 2 chips to get to the pitch of the ball, and deciding just to play into the offside, and there is no run. As we say good afternoon to one, good afternoon to all tuning in and listening to those in Australia. We say good morning. In comes Jordan to bowl to Cox, and Cox plays this one. It's just a gentle push, and he runs it out to the man at backward point. And at the end of over number 23, the score is 72 for the loss of 5. Matara back into the strike. So, back into the attack, sorry. Matara, in he comes to ball up to Cox. A foolish delivery. Cox pushes back down the ground to Longhorn to be exact. And they'll come for 173 for 5. They really need to press the gas here now, the Invitational 11, if they want to get up to this 210. We saw that game against Australia with England when they took too long to go into the attack mode and just losing about by 15 runs or so. And that was just 41 runs they were chasing. This is 251, that Invitation 11 they're chasing. And in order to get up to that 251, well, they really need to go now. In that game with Australia and England, England started to really attack the bowling around the 31st over or so, and they lose by 15 runs. This is now the 24th over being bowled, and they're chasing 251. So they'll need to step on the gas now if they want to get up to that 251 mark. But it's easy to say it from in here. The West Indies Masters are keeping it very tight at the moment. No room for error. No room for the Invitation 11 to swing their arms. So if you're a West Indies supporter, you'll be very happy at the moment. Nothing to worry about unless we see.
Don't say so, yeah.
Huh?
Don't say so, because let's be very clear. These two are still here. You never know. They may settle in and then later on decide that they get open their shoulders.
Well, judging for what we've seen, and that's a totally different game. Letting this one go by is Cox take a clean by keeper. But I was telling Woody, judging for what we've seen the last game, and that was a small total of 141. England made it to the 31st over to go after the runs, losing by 15. This is 250 runs that Invitation 11 needs to go after, and we are now in the 24th over. So I mean that's a whole almost 110 runs extra.
Yeah, but as I said, if you got two batsmen who may just stick in there, and then, they say, let's see where we are at over number 30, and in the last 15, then it's all pumped all the way down to the end.
Well, I will tell you, that would be some entertaining cricket. I can tell you that. And I wouldn't mind seeing it, to be quite honest with you. 74 for 5 at the end of 24. Slight water break, a blue waters break, as what he would say. Somebody gonna ring my ears here because Amelia here looking at me. Ellie, you keep saying water break. Blue waters break. As we see Herbert and Cox getting hydrated. Just trying to keep the fluids in. It's a hot day, not much clouds around, and the few that we do see not creating any shade at all. It's all sun here at the Foursquare Oval. Slight breeze, if any at all, as we are about to commence the 25th over. And to get it going, Emerson Jordan from the alphabetical end. In he comes, passes the umpire right about now to bowl up to Herbert, and Herbert is playing this one off the crease. Screams, yes, yes, for a single. Looks like Tony there in the covers. Can't prevent the single. It's Tony. And with that single, Herbert, he will go up to 31 off 52. Cox, he is 16 off 49. 75 for 5. Emerson Jordan. It's hard to believe that some of these gentlemen are over 60. Really good shape. Emerson Jordan, for example, could pass for 40 from here. In he comes. Passes the umpire to pull up to Cox. Cox is getting a wide. Went down the leg side. One added to the score.
talk-
76 for 5. We're in over number 25.
You talk about Emerson Jordan. Well, I did speak to Anthony Morris just a short time ago. Anthony Morris is one of the main principal organizers of the domestic over 50s cricket.
In comes Jordan once more. Oh, flick down, flick well. Oh, what a shot. It was delightful to watch. Does he get 4 for it? We'll have to wait and see. Yes, he does. A lovely shot there by the big man Cox. It was all timing. It was all timing. And it left the bat in a hurry, rushing into the fine leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, just straight on the line of leg stump there, Emerson Jordan. Not, he'll be very disappointed by that delivery. But it was talking about him, and I spoke to Anthony Morris, and he was saying that, just to correct some of the information I gave earlier, he spent some time coaching with Wildy Emerson Jordan. He's actually now indeed playing with BNOC, which is the cricket club just down the road, and where that game between the Australians and the rest of the world took place. The Barbados National Oil Company. They have a cricket ground, a roadside ground, right? You would drive right past it just as you would this ground here in Foursquare. You drive, they're both well, just on the roadside, and as you drive the track, they drive along the highway going up towards 6 roads, you can see both of them.
In the air, out to the man at backward point, catch is taken. So Cox goes, and as I was saying, pressure burst pipes, and the pressure, I guess, got to Cox. He was trying to go up and over cover. It peeled off the outer part of the bat and went to the man at backward point. Catch was taken. Cox goes 80 for 6 now the score.
And a further setback here for the Invitational 11 there. Will be a bit disappointed with that. As I said, they would still have been hoping that Cox and Herbert could have gotten them to at least over number 30, see where they were, and maybe, as I said, it's all. Even if they did not overhaul this target of 251, at least they would have been happy to have some respectable total. Like maybe if they had gone up to 200, or maybe once they were not beaten by 100 runs or more, I think they would certainly say to themselves it was worth the effort coming out here today. But a fine innings there from Cox, and unfortunately ending in a bit of disappointment for him, and he's shaking his head as he comes back. So I was telling you that Anthony Morris was telling me about Emerson Jordan, that he still comes and bowls and he nets, does his work, puts in his work to keep himself in pretty good shape, and that even during the last cricket season, I think BNOC had reached one of the domestic finals, and Jordan made some of the young batsmen had them on the back foot because he sheet with, as we would say here in Barbados, sheet them away with some bumpers. So from that perspective, Emerson Jordan is still very much very, very fit and very capable of doing what he has to do with the ball. Very experienced campaigner, and picking up a very important wicket, breaking that partnership, which had kind of stabilized the Invitational 11.
Well, I can tell you, he is not blending in at all with his teammates. He looks like a schoolboy amongst his peers out there, Emerson Jordan. And he's doing his job that his captain has asked him to do, removing Cox, breaking up that partnership, because they did look like they were going to get settled. And like you said, if they could have stuck around to at least the 30th over or so, see where they were, and then pump all the way for the last 15, it would have been interesting. In comes Jordan once more, the ball up to the new batsman, that being Pramesh Sihult. And there's no run. So Pramesh, not very big in stature. Some big pads he has on. Left-handed batsman sails over his blade. In comes Jordan, passes the umpire to both of Pramesh. And Pramesh gives a charge and plays it down to long on with the cap. He's out. He was jumping in. No going off the bat, Pramesh. No, that's the first time I've ever seen that. Woody? Instead of going his by, he was jumping.
And Suchan is helping him on his way back to the pavilion. Really wasn't what we would have to say was a suicidal run. Played the ball straight to the fielder, took off for the run. I guess he probably was trying on as well to avoid having to face up the Jordan, who was coming over a little bit of heat. But at the end of the day, he goes being run out by Richard Suchan, a direct hit at the bowler's end. So the new batsman will be Fazil Jahor, the Invitation 11 wicket keeper.
The animated wicket keeper.
Very much so. It'll be interesting to see how things go. So another wicket falls for the Invitation 11, and they continue to find this a bit of a struggle, uphill task to get to that target of 251.
80 for 7 in over number 25. And what do you still believe that they can get up to there in the last 15?
I doubt very much at this stage because I think the cream of the batting probably has now gone. So I doubt very much unless Fazil comes and shows me that he's probably going to hit a few long balls. I think perhaps it's a little bit of going to be a very long, hard task for the Invitation 11.
In comes Jordan once more to bowler Herbert. Herbert gets a foolish delivery. Just touching him down on off stump.
And how stylish he is behind that.
In behind it, all in behind it. And playing it out to cover. And there's no run on at the end of the 25th over. 80 for the loss of 7. It's the Invitational 11 chasing 251 for victory. They're 80 for 7.
So 80 for 7 it is, and 25 overs gone. That means that we've still got 20 overs to go. The target 251, so it means 171 from 20 overs. I think that's of academic interest at this stage. Don't think that they will get anywhere close to that. Mr. Herbert there not out on 31. As I said, I think what will be going through his mind really will be to perhaps come not out or at least get a half century. If he gets out, he wouldn't want to get out without scoring a half century. But if he isn't, hasn't been dismissed, doesn't get the 50, he'll certainly want to bat until the end and bat out the 45 overs. You almost said bat out the 50. Because you get so accustomed to 50 overs nowadays that you're almost thinking that you have 50. So we have another bowling change at the far end. It looks like Suchan it will be to bowl, and this one is outside the off stump and steered away by Jahor towards third man. They will come back for the second run now, and so Jahor he now goes. He's now off the mark. He's on 2. And the umpire signal 1 short. So Jahor just gets 1. And the total now goes up to 81 for 7 in over number 26 we are. As Jahor gets another delivery from Suchan, which he swings around behind square. And the fielder having to give chase from backward point. They'll settle for just the 1 run and give Herbert the opportunity to take the strike. Fazil Jahor comes from Trinidad. He's into manufacturing and screen printing of sports uniforms and such like. And so he's out there in the middle doing battle right now for the Invitational 11. 81 for 7. We're in over number 26. Herbert has come into strike. He is on 31. And he is slicing this one away behind square. The captain Singh giving chase. They will come back for the second run now. And sorry, that's George Harris giving chase, and they'll come back for the second run. So 2 more for Herbert. He's now on to 33, and a total now up to 83 for 7 in the 26th over. As Suchan it will be to continue. 84 for 7. Correction. As Herbert goes for the big hit down the ground and will clear the long off boundary. And that will be 6. Is it? Yes, 6 for Mr. Herbert. So that is the second 6 for Herbert and the third in the innings and the third for the day, as the total now runs up now to 90 for 7 in over number 26.
Well, if Herbert can get someone to stay with him, and we keep saying that, but I was just about to say who will take that responsibility to just hang up the aim, because Herbert has not given up. He's going for the big shots. He's been ever watchful, but he's running out of partners. But he made it. Faz is at the other end. Can he help Herbert? I think that's going to be the big question that needs to be asked.
So we've come to the end of over number 26. And at the end of it, the total now 90 for 7. 90 for 7 from the Invitation 11. So just 10 runs coming off of that over. Pretty expensive first over from Richard Suchan. Interesting to see that he's bowling slow. I remember he was a bit of a fast medium bowler for Trinidad and Tobago. No, express man in play, just a tidy seamer as he watched another aircraft take off from Grant Lee Adams International Airport. As it will be Johor who will be in strike for the next over.
Some pretty pads, Johor. Love the style, love the colors. A buoyant guy, Johor. Settles over his blade. In comes Jordan.
And he's wrapping it on a pad. And he's out LBW, walking across the line of the all-star. Look at the plate into the leg side. And umpire Prescott having no hesitation raising the finger. And so Johor goes, and the Invitation 11 lose their 8th wicket. Fazil Johor, LBW to Jordan. Don't have to feel too bad, Johor. Emerson Jordan is a very experienced campaigner, and having picked up the wicket of Johor, the Invitational 11 now slip to 90 for 8 in the 27th over.
90 for 8. The fat lady, she's warming up. She's coming out the dressing room and about to take the platform.
What are you saying about the guy who's going out there right now in number 62? Are you saying that he's the fat lady singing about to sing? I don't know.
I can tell you, the 90 for 8. I don't think there's much gas in this gas tank. I don't think so at all, Odi.
Basker Bastia is the next one. It's a Big Man Cricket Caribbean Cup live from the Foursquare Oval here in St. Philip, Barbados, the southeastern parish of St. Philip in the island of Barbados.
A very beautiful parish as well.
Yeah, definitely. If people like Amelia or a beautiful scorer sitting next to us, of course. Beautiful parish.
Now the West Indies Masters, they've employed 2 slips.
As Jordan bowls now to Bhatia, who's coming onto the front foot and playing stylishly into the offside. Can't score. And the score kept at 90 for 8.
Yes, please. We are in the 27th over. Jordan. Well, the captain Singh, he'll be very happy with his performance so far.
Here is Jordan bowling and delivery. That one was beaten for pace there. Bhatia looking to drive through the offside. That one probably beat the outside, or he went between the bat and the pad and the stumps, and taken by the keeper Gibbons behind the stumps. So very clinical performance here today by the West Indies Masters.
We got 2-2.
Very much so. Setting up for the next game. As this delivery brings the batsman onto the front foot, he's defending into the onside and there's no run.
I'm looking forward to the West Indies versus Australia game, Woody.
That's the big one.
Yeah, looking forward to that game.
Where's that being played?
I'll have to get that information for you.
Here is Jordan in again. And this brings the batsman onto the front foot and plays out to mid wicket, and there's no run.
That game is playing at BNOC.
Well, that's just down the road.
Yeah.
Just around the corner from me.
That's going to be next week, Monday.
Okay, well, I'm letting our producer know very early that that's the game I want to do. And that he should do that game, and me and you should be there for that game.
I tend to agree with you, sir.
West Indies versus Australia. Outside the off step from Jordan
sir.
into the gloves of the Gibbons. No run the entity over 90 for 8 at the end of 27.
Yes, please. 90 for 8. Would it be fair to say, Woody, that this game is done and dusted?
Definitely. No, I don't think there's any doubt about that one. It's just.
So Herbert, he's fighting, but he would be fighting a losing battle. 2 wickets to go. I'm not sure how much assistant backer will be to him. Batter. Apologies. And the new bowler is none other than, it looks like 61. That's Sushan.
Sushan. He's
sorry.
bowling from the southern end.
Sushan.
As he's in now to bowl to Herbert, who's stopping at this one outside the off stump out towards into the cover region. And there's no run.
I think
At 90 for 8.
I think you should employ a silly mid off here. Herbert is coming forward, and this is the second delivery in which he's come forward and played officially.
Well, here he is, Suchan in again to bowl to him now. And he's back and cutting this one away through point, and is going to run away to the boundary. That's 4 runs. That's a lovely shot. He goes to 43 now, Winston Herbert. And let's see if he can get it. 45, actually. And let's see if he can get up to that 50.
Herbert, he's so easy on the eye. Winston Herbert, he's played some lovely shots here today at the Foursquare Oval.
He's lacked for some support at the other end. If perhaps he had someone, maybe a couple of other guys of some higher caliber, who knows that 250 may very well not have been enough.
Well, you did say that from the very beginning.
Here's Suchan bowling to him now. He's coming forward and playing respectfully. Back out on the onside. Picked up by Gibbons coming from behind the stumps, and the score kept at 94 for 8.
94 for 8.
Here is Suchan giving this one to Aaron Herbert. Swings it away! Behind square on the leg side, and that will run away to the boundary. 4 signal now by the umpire. Umpire signals 4. So that's another boundary for Herbert as he now goes to 49. So he needs just 1 for his 50. And that will take the invitation 11 up to 98 for 8 in the 28th over.
Seems something's wrong with his shoes.
Maybe the sole has come off or something. Maybe the sole.
He has a flat tire.
Yeah, maybe. They don't make these shoes as they do before, as they do in the past. So if you got them down for a little while, they can dry rot. And I could tell you the shoemakers or the shoe repair men around the island, they're very happy with that kind of business.
I can tell you.
There's one up in 6 roads they can send him to. They could do a good job for him.
Not too far away.
Not too far away. Just up the road there in 6 roads. There's a nice shoe repair guy, and he will sort him out very well.
I know one as well down in Sion Hill area.
Here is Suchan bowling now to Herbert, who's looking to swing through the leg side on a wide signal now by the umpire. So another extra.
Closing in on that 100 mark, Woody.
Yep. 99 now for 8, 13 extras. Herbert is back and steers this one away towards
That's a 50 up.
point, and that's the 50 for Winston Herbert. A good innings here, showing his class. Winston Herbert, take a bow, Herbie. Lovely innings there by good old Winston Herbert, former BCL and Barbados player, a guy who I would have to say in his heyday was a guy who was a very hard trier, did very good in executing the basics, but really never got the opportunity to really play for Barbados in the way that perhaps he should have. And so, but he's certainly a decent cricketer at this level, at club level. He was always a very outstanding cricketer, and here he is getting his 50 and also taking the Invitational 11 over to the 100 run mark, and they'll be happy that at least they will have reached some level of respectability.
100 for 8 at the end of 28 overs. We'll have a Blue Waters drinks break now, Woody.
Very much so. The umpires taking the opportunity with Herbert getting some repairs to his shoes to also take the drinks break. So it's 100 for 8. Let me just recap for you what has taken place so far. The Invitation 11 chasing 251 for victory. They're 100 for 8 from 28 overs. They've lost Kritsin Parmar for 4, bowled by Zamin Amin for 4. Janat Patel, who was bowled by Tony Boyk for 3. Glenfield Griffith was caught by Jefferson Gibbons of Zamin Amin for 2. Winston Herbert is there not on 50, 64 balls, 5 fours and 2 sixes. Dave Ramdan was caught by the substitute of Matara for 2. Carlton Collymore was bowled by Zamin Amin for 6. Colin Cox was caught by George Harris off the bowling of Emerson Jordan for 20. Pramish Sehul was run out a direct throw from Richard Suchan at mid-on at the bowler's end without scoring, and Fazil Johor was LBW to Emerson Jordan without scoring, just walked across and was struck plumb in front. Bhaskar Bhatia is there not out on no score. 13 extras, all wides, in a total of 100 for 8 off 28 overs. So far, Boyk 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 15. Amin 6 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 18. Matara 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. Prem Singh 3 overs, no maidens, none for 18. Jordan 5 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 12. And Suchan 2 overs, no maidens, none for 20. The bowlers use, and the wickets going down for the Invitation 11. Patel at 7 in the 3rd over. Palmer at 7 in the 4th over. Griffith at 18 in the 6th over. Ramdan at 22 in the 7th. Kalima at 38 in the 12th. Cox at 80 in the 25th after a partnership of 42 with Winston Herbert. Sehul at 80 in the 25th, and Johor at 90 in the 27th over. Earlier, it was the West Indies Masters 11 reaching 250 for 5 with George Harris being LBW to Ramdan for 39. Keith Lawrence being run out for 23. Jefferson Gibbons LBW to Griffith for 42. Roy Singh being bowled by Patel for 48. Suchan being stumped by Fazil Johor, the keeper of Gandhi, for 54. Zamin Amin was not out on 5. Emerson Jordan was not out on 5. There were 34 extras in that total of 250 for 5 from 45 overs. And in that 34 extras, there were 28 wides delivered by the Invitation 11. For the Invitation 11, they bowling. Herbert, none for 16 from 3. Cox, 6 overs, none for 34. Kalima, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 25. Gandhi, 7 overs, no maidens, 1 for 49. Sehul, 2 overs, no maidens, none for 18. Ramdan, 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26. Patel, 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 36. Barrow, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 18. And Griffith, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 23. Wickets going down for the for the Windies Masters at 75 in the 14th over, 97 Harris in the 23rd over, 160 Gibbons in the 33rd over. So the first wicket went outside her, so there was an opening partnership of 75, 63 between Jefferson Gibbons and Singh, and before Gibbons went at 160 in the 33rd, another 69 between Roy Singh and Suchan before Singh went for at 229 in the 43rd over, and then Suchan got to his 50. He got the top score of 54 before he was dismissed in the third last delivery of the innings, with the score at 243. But the West Indies Masters 11 finishing at 250 for 5. So we're just about to have a resumption of play here now. 100 for 8. We are in over number 29 to be bowled by Prem Singh. And he'll be bowling to Winston Herbert, who was there on 50. He's had a change of shoe. He attempts to swing it away, and he is out. LBW. Herbert, LBW to Singh for 50 and 100 for 9. And a fine innings from Mr. Herbert comes to an end. 50 for Herbert, LBW. 50 from 65 deliveries, 5 fours, 2 sixes. A fine innings, as I told you. One of the two things, it was a lot of things going through his mind. Getting to 50, or being the last, or getting out 8th, 9th, or trying even to battle the 45 overs. But he got to 50, and he ended up being out, 9th out.
Well, that is what you call buying a wicket there. Woody. So, well done there to the young man. Did a fantastic 50 there. It really was entertaining there by Winston Herbert, who tried his best to take his team over the line. In the end, he was LBW, was a judge LBW to Prem Danar Singh. Singh. 50 and even 50 to Winston Herbert. The score now. 100 for 9 with the new batsman in now, Gandhi. Mahir Gandhi.
And not Mahatma Gandhi.
Not Mahatma Gandhi.
Okay.
If it was Mahatma Gandhi, we'd be having a fantastic speech.
Yes,
out in the middle.
Definitely. Well, let's see what happens here. As it will be Singh looking to get the final wicket as he goes in on to bowl to Gandhi, who's forward, and having to wait a day and a half for that one to reach to him. And it's popped out in the offside and there's no run. So it's kept 100 for 9 as Singh gives this one some ear at Gandhi.
A lot of ear, Woody.
A lot of
ear.
That's almost as high as one of those aircraft taken off from
Grant Adams.
Here is Singh in again now, bowling, and Gandhi turns it out to mid wicket, where it's fielded by Jordan, no run. As you watch Singh now, in again, bowling to Gandhi, who's back and playing a delightful looking shot out towards the fielder in that the cover region. A single there for him, so he's off the mark. He'll be happy to have gotten off the mark. Mihir Gandhi, he's got two very good names. Mihir reminds me of Mihir Bose, a very a well-known I think he's an Indian writer, Indian sports writer. As this one pops up off the edge, but nowhere near a fielder, so he lives to fight another day Bhatia as you come to the end of that over there from Singh, who picked up the price cap of Mr. Herbert. LBW for 50. Herbert 50 from 65 balls, 5 fours, 2 sixes, and at the end of that over, chasing 251 for victory. The Invitation 11 are now 101 for 9 after 29 overs.
Singh, he's not afraid to give this ball to loop it. Give it some flight, as they would say. Not afraid to do it. And in the end, we saw.
Not give us a flight. Just throwing it in the ear. You're not afraid to throw it. That's just called throwing it in the ear. Oh, no, don't try to be making it a flight and all that. A flight and guy. That's just throwing the ball in the ear.
I hope it's the right place.
Yes, I'm hoping for something to happen.
Well, his hope was recognized buying the very expensive wicket of Winston Herbert.
Well, you know this is the club of Shea and Kyle Hope, so there's a lot of hope around here. So he is hoping. Yeah, I will take a bow, Mr. Producer. 101 for 9 in over number 30.
The new bowler.
Looks like a husband's it is. This was a new bowler, and there's Gandhi coming forward and beaten by a delivery that just leaves him and goes through to be taken by the keeper. Ronnie Husbands, the new bowler, coming off a angled approach, sees the ball in a bit of slow medium, and Gandhi looking for a big cut and a wide signal by the umpire, and another extra 102 now for 9 in over number 30 as the Invitation 11. The West Indies Masters, I should say, trying to put the final rights, complete the final rights here at the Foursquare Oval.
Looking down the gun barrel, as they would say, is the Invitational 11. They never look comfortable going up, apart from Winston Herbert, would he?
Not at all. Husbands, a foolish delivery, which is turned out towards square leg. Can't score. It's kept at 102 for 9.
You really want to compliment the Windies Masters
And the ground staff too for turning out excellent conditions here at the Foursquare Oval. A good pitch, produced a hefty score. I mean, it's a bit unfortunate that the Invitation 11 didn't really make a fight of it, but that has nothing to do with the quality of the pitch.
Hard to believe that such a lovely playing field was once a came round.
Yep.
Lovely.
And they've actually done a lot of work here because, as you know, to retrieve a key and feed and make it is always a lot of humps. And even after years and years of work, you still have to put in more and more work to try to get it to a very decent outfield. But the end of the 30th over, and at the end of it, it's 102 for 9 with Gandhi there on 1. Bhatia yet to score. That's the latest score from Foursquare Oval with the Invitation 11 chasing 251 for victory. Here is Ellie to continue the commentary.
Well, remember, ladies and gentlemen, that this is the big man cricket over 60s in the Caribbean Cup for 2023 being held here in Barbados. The two teams doing battle for it today. The West Indies Masters 11. They're up against the Invitational 11. As we see here, Singh, like what he said, he's not afraid to toss it in the air because he's doing just that. And they're 102 for 9. And the man on strike, none other than Bhatia in behind this one. And there is no run. We're in over number 31, coming from the alphabetical end, and Singh just off about 3 steps or so, and he comes to bowl to in the air, and that's it. Right. Swinging hard and send it right to swing there at short mid wicket. He goes. So that's all she wrote. Invitational 11, all out for 102. The batsman going there, Bhatia. Singh taking the last wicket. Congrats to the Windies. They go 2 up in the competition. As we give you the summary, Woody.
Yeah, so just reminding you that the Invitation 11, they were chasing 251 for victory, but they have been dismissed for 102 in 30 overs and 3 balls. The top scorer coming from Winston Herbert. He got 50, an even 50 from 65 balls, 5 fours and 2 sixes. Colin Cox got 20 from 51 balls, 1 4 and 1 6, but none of the other batsmen got into double figures, and that really tells you the full story of what took place in the chase for the Invitational 11. The bowling figures for the West Indies Masters, just to let you know that the main destroyer of the innings, Zamin Amin, 3 early wickets, 3 for 18 from his 6 overs, opening the ball, and then 2 wickets for Prem Singh, and 2 for 19 from 4 overs and 3 balls for Prem Singh, and then 2 wickets for 12 runs from 5 overs for Emerson Jordan. And really and truly, that was all she wrote for the Invitation 11. So victory here for the West Indies Masters by 148 runs, and it's their second victory in this big man cricket over 60s Caribbean Cup, and they'll be hoping to continue in this good form as they continue throughout the competition.
it on? I know. Where's the other umpire? Oh, you got. All right, guys. Good afternoon, everyone. We've just witnessed a very wonderful encounter at a very beautiful facility between the West Indies and America's Invitational 11. It's a pity that just one side could win in these matches. And congrats to West Indies and a well-played match. A very clinical victory. Worthy of champions. Janak and his team, congrats also. You guys played the game in the excellent spirits, and we thank you guys for being here. You guys made a big impression. I mean, you made 20 runs more than USA, which I think was your original intention to get done. He said he wanted to do 83 runs at least. So congrats to Herbert. Excellent 50, well played innings. The West Indies had, they paced their innings very nicely throughout. The batting was excellent. I think the fielding was excellent. It was as close to a perfect game that West Indies played in their second game. So congrats, guys. You guys did excellent. We must thank, before I hand it over to the two captains, I'd like to thank all the officials, the umpires, the scorers, the streamers, the groundsman most importantly, that prepared a ground and a wicket that produced over 350 runs today. So it was excellent facilities. I mean, I know everybody enjoyed the food also today, right? The caterers, thank you very much, guys. So I'm happy that we are all happy and we are winning. Congrats to the spectators, the supporters. So I'll now call on the losing captain, Mr. Janak Patel, to come forward and say a few words and also make his presentation to the man of the match for the West Indies team.
Oh, well played, West Indies. Congratulations. You guys batting, amazing batting. I see a lot of things that we need to learn from you guys. That be patient, which we still haven't learned. But I'm sure, we'll implement and we'll get there. And I know all these guys, we are just gelling together, and I see a lot of improvements will about to come now. So we might surprise in the tournament in the next game. Congratulations again, Roy. And I can, man of the match from your team, who scored 53.
Richard Suchet.
Yeah, Richard.
Richard.
Well done, Rich. Well batted. Thank you.
Yes, guys, I omitted to mention that. I mean, it's not easy on the Invitational 11. They put together this team in very quick time, they were lucky to get some West Indians to ensure. At the very last moment, they were still scrambling to get 14 or 15 members. So you guys did excellent, and you keep improving. I hope by Monday, when you guys reach the USA, you guys will be in tip-top shape, all right? And thank you very much. So I'd like to call now on the captain of the winning side, Roy Singh, to make his presentation and say a few words.
Guys, thanks so much for the game. Great job today. I like the way you guys played the game and the intensity and working together and everything else. Unfortunately, there has to be one winner and one has to be a loser, right? I'd like to also compliment my team, or my batsmen especially. They did exactly what we wanted them to do. We had a plan and we executed a plan. So great job, guys. The top order really came through nicely, and followed by Richard, right? Boland was very good. Zaman, I think, picked up 3 wickets. Our spinners really kept control of this game, right? And Jordan, for a short measure, came in there and made sure it didn't get away. So well done, boys. Congratulations. Yeah. Yes. We have selected on the international side, the Invitational International, as man of the match is Winston Herbert.
Well done.
Take a picture, right?
One more presentation to the captain. Connect, please. On behalf of the West Indies Masters, I'd like to present with you this little pun. It is a sweet pun, and we hope you enjoy.
All right.
All right, guys. And again, to the umpires, the officiators, I don't really want to repeat what Roger says, but thank you so much. You guys did a fantastic job, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys. That brings us to the end of the presentation ceremony. Thank you very much all for participating in today's game. And let's regroup, rest tomorrow, and or practice whatever you guys have plans for, and then come back Friday.
Thank you, Raj.
Gone in. All right? Okay, then. Thank you very much.
Food was excellent.
Oh, good, good.